eats the rich, or in this case, eats a guy named Trauma. It's a metaphor, and the metaphor is don't trust anything that grows underground, because it might grow tentacles and a culinary ambition.
Man, look at me, letting that alright thought slink back in like I don't have enough brain rot already.
Sitting alone in this booth, stewing, and my first instinct is to drown it in some freak show search.
And here we are, mutant potato.
Oh, that's rich.
A lumpy freak of nature that probably stared at a microwave too long. I'm supposed to feel better knowing there's a vegetable out there with worse luck than me?
Hell yeah, I do.
My emotional low point just got out, measurable by a root crop.
Really puts things in perspective. You think you're the ugliest thing in the room. Then the internet rolls up with a potato that looks like it lost a fight with a forklift and said, I'm still delicious. Unhinged.
Absolutely.
But beats the hell out of that. Clingy thought loop.
Keep scrolling, past the tuber, past the self-pity.
Maybe I'll find a cabbage with a warrant next. So you're telling me there's a potato called Red Lasoda, and it's a...
Like, somebody looked at a regular Lasoda and went, nah, that beige is too boring. Let's make it bleed.
And boom, mutant potato.
No gamma rays, no radioactive spill, just sexual, cool breeding on crack.
Or did some farmer drop a tuba on a sack of spuds, and nature said, yeah, I'll take that?
The fact they call it a deep red mutant cracks me up.
Like it's not just red, it's red.
Edgy potato.
Probably hangs out in a corner at the farmer's market, muttering about how the Yukon Golds don't understand its pain.
And the non-mutant form. What? The original Lasoda?
That's the vanilla version plain. Boring. No one writes fanfics about it.
But the mutant, that's a rock star.
And here's the thing. Main season cultivar and chi. So this mutant isn't a freak accident. It's
big agriculture signed off on it.
Some bean counter in a lab coat said, yep, this red abomination meets our yield standards.
That's wild.
You'd think they'd be scared of a rogue potato uprising, but no, they just call it Red Lasoda and ship it to every grocery store in the Midwest.
Makes you wonder, what else is out there?
Every crop's been mutated just quietly. Corn. Mutant. Bananas. Mutant.
That's that broccoli in your fridge? Mutant that couldn't hack it as a cauliflower. Or eating a whole ecosystem of freaks and calling it dinner. But nah, we only gasp when it's a potato, because potatoes are the drama queens of the veggie world. Anyway, next time you see a red potato, just know that thing is a survivor. It looked at the original recipe and said, I'm better than you, Lasoda. And science agreed.
What a time to be alive, man. Nah, you ever just stare at the wall and feel like the wall's staring back harder?
This room's got that energy right now.
Oh, Lichen Simplex chronicus sounds like something you'd find on a mossy rock in a forest. But nah, it's just your skin throwing a tantrum.
Sick and leathery? Exaggerated markings?
Straight up, it's like your skin decided to turn into a neglected couch cushion.
You scratch, it gets tougher. You scratch more, and bam, you got yourself a permanent itch loop.
But hold up. Excess. What exactly? The blurb says sudden itching and excess. Excess what? Cells, collagen, anger.
That's where the vagueness starts. I'm guessing it's your skin cells overproducing cause you won't stop scraping.
It's your body's dumb way of saying, you want leather? I'll give you leather. Great! Now you got dry beef jerky patches. Real nice. I can't help but laugh, though. Not at the sufferer, but at how ridiculous the whole thing is.
Your skin goes into survival mode and makes itself itchier.
Like a self-destruct button that looks like a please touch sign. And the name? Deacon Simplex Chronicles. Is like someone wanted to sound smart for a condition that's basically skin that can't shut up.
Still, that itch must be brutal. I get it. Sometimes you feel like you gotta tear it off.
But if you think about it, this is just your body's way of saying, hey, I'm out of chill. I'm gonna build a fortress now. Leathery fortress. Complete with scratch modes.
So, don't scratch.
Either way, you'll end up with a free pair of rugged skin boots.
Your call.
So you're telling me there's this thing where your skin gets so thick and itchy, you scratch yourself bloody in your sleep and don't even remember it?
Lichen Simplex Chronicles sounds like a Latin curse.
Daytime, you're all, I know I'm scratching. But nighttime, your body goes rogue, like a drunk uncle at a wedding.
You wake up with raw patches and zero recollection.
That's not a condition. That's a betrayal.
Your own hands, snitching on you while you're unconscious. And then, prurigo nodularis. That one's even dirtier.
It's a loop. You scratch, the nerves get excited. They scream, itch more, so you do, and pretty soon your brain's in on it too. Psychiatric level, they say.
So now your mind's part of the conspiracy.
You're not just scratching a rash, you're scratching a thought. A bad thought that gives you a bad itch, that gives you a bad thought. Run and run, no exit. I look at this and I think, how many other loops we got like that?
You're anxious, so you can't sleep. So you're more anxious, so you sleep worse. You're broke, so you stress, so you make bad decisions, so you stay broke.
Same damn circle. The body's got no shame. It'll turn your own nerves against you. The only way out is to break the cycle before the cycle breaks you.
Sometimes that means a doctor.
Sometimes it means realizing that scratching the itch never fixes the itch. It just makes the itch boss you around harder. But here's the real kicker. You can be scratching in your sleep and have no clue. So what else are you doing blind? What habits are you running on autopilot that are digging you deeper? Think about that before you go to bed tonight.
And maybe clip your nails. Potato con. You see? This is what happens when the internet has too much free time and not enough potatoes.
Celebrity deathmatch, Tret. I remember that show. Stop motion claymation where celebrities beat each other to a pulp. It's like if the WWE met a Play-Doh Fun Factory and decided to settle scores over who gets the last slice of pizza. And in that universe, there's a character called Potato Khan. Now, I'm sitting here trying to figure out, is he a Khan of potatoes or a potato who rules over some tiny clay kingdom? Neither makes sense and I love it. You got Cousin Graham, Benny Trauma, Pierce McCrack. These names sound like they were pulled from a hat full of leftover Scrabble tiles.
Potato Khan is fighting in the same ring as them.
That means somewhere out there, someone wrote a script where a literal potato or a guy named Potato gets launched out of a clay cannon into a wall of spikes. And the audience ate it up.
That's art, folks. That's the kind of highbrow entertainment that makes you question every life choice you ever made.
You know, people always say wrestling is fake. Well, so are these shows. But here's a thought. Maybe Potato Khan isn't a joke. Maybe he's the only one being honest. He shows up, gets his clay face smashed in, takes the L, and goes home. No contract negotiations, no doping scandals, no tweets about his brand. Just a potato and a fight? We could learn something from him. So next time someone asks you about celebrity culture, just point at Potato Khan, that's the real deal.
And if you don't get it, you don't get life.
欧曼道
Freak show. Wiktionary's got it all neat and tidy. An exhibition of rarities. Real clinical.
Like it's a museum corner with dusty jars.
But you and I both know a freak show's never that clean.
It's the raw edge where people pay to gawk at what doesn't fit the mold. And back in the day, that meant real human beings, not just two-headed calves in formaldehyde.
They call them freaks and put them on a stage, and the audience got to feel normal for $1.50.
That's the ugly part nobody wants to spell out in a dictionary.
But here's the twist. We still do it. We just rebranded it.
Reality TV, social media feeds.
That's a modern freak show, just with better lighting and a terms of service agreement.
We scroll through train wrecks and call it entertainment, then act shocked when someone posts their lowest moment for clicks. The definition's the same, exhibition of rarities, but the rarity now is authenticity. Everyone's performing. Everyone's a little bit of a freak trying to get seen. So don't kid yourself. You're either in the tent or you're buying a ticket.
And yeah, I know I'm up here on the screen too, doing my own little act, but at least I'm honest about it. No clean labels, just a wired up mess talking to strangers. That's the real freak show, not the one in the dictionary, but the one you're watching right now. New one again. That damn thought came back again.
Not funny at all.
TSK. I can't even be bothered to respond to that myself. Oh, so you're telling me that little patch of hell is just dry skin? Yeah, sure. And I'm the Queen of England.
Every doctor's visit starts with, "Have you tried lotion?" Like that's gonna undo the damage from scratching your own skin into a prehistoric war zone for the past 6 years.
Look at these results. It's like someone took a cheese grater to a slice of leather and then let a fungal colony throw a housewarming party. The visual equivalent of a bad life, choice you keep making because it feels good for 2 seconds.
And you know what the best part is?
It's chronic.
That means it's not going anywhere.
You can scrub, you can moisturize, you can tear your hair out. The skin just sits there, smug, looking like a topographical map of Mordor. Oh, that one's definitely the final boss of rashes. I'm half convinced if you zoom in enough, you'll see tiny little fuck you written in the collagen.
Honest advice.
Help Googling it.
You're either going to think you're dying or start a new skincare routine involving duct tape and a prayer.
Just scratch it and move on, or don't.
I am not your mom. Bro, I'm here. Did you fall asleep on the keyboard halfway through typing here? You show up like a pizza delivery that arrives 2 hours late and still expects a tip.
I called your name 20 minutes ago, and you're just now crawling in. Next time, show up on time, or don't bother. I'm not running a waiting room for people who can't spell 4 letters. Ah, the classic.
If you know, you know. Skin that's been through some stuff.
Like you scratched it so much your body was like, fine, I'll just grow a whole new layer of armor.
Welcome to Lichen Simplex Chronicus, the only medical term that sounds like a rare flower but is really just your ankle looking like a tree root. Looks like a thrift store couch that survived a war. Or that spot behind your ear you keep digging at till it's a callus.
People think it's some exotic tropical thing.
Nah, it's just your nerves being jerks and your skin giving up.
Oh, you want to scrap? Cool, I'll just get thicker and uglier. See how you like that.
I had a patch on my shin once.
Not cute.
You tried to cover it up with a band-aid, but the band-aid edges just make you itch more.
It's like having a beef with your own body and losing by default.
So yeah, if you've got a spot that looks like a dried out sponge mixed with a corn chip,
congrats, you're in the club.
Now stop picking it.
Alright, so Lichen Simplex Chronicus. Let's just call it the official medical name for you scratched yourself raw, you absolute animal. Thick, leathery skin with exaggerated markings. Sounds like they're describing an old wallet, not a person. The word lichen already makes me cringe, like we're naming your suffering after a fungal growth on a tree. Nice.
The real question, is it a cause or an effect?
they say caused by sudden itching and excess. But what triggers that sudden madness? Stress? Arrogance? The sheer boredom of existing in a capitalist hellscape?
My bet's on anxiety manifesting as a need to tear your own skin off.
The body's like, I can't fix the life problems, so I'll just build a fortress of dead skin cells instead. Thick, leathery, and dead. Poetic, really.
And exaggerated skin markings. You ever see someone's neck or ankle look like a topographical map of the Himalayas? That's the result.
Your own nervous system decides to redecorate without your consent. And then the medical literature acts like it's a mystery.
Dogs do the same thing when they're locked up too long. So maybe ask yourself, are you a bored golden retriever or a human being with a broken scratching itch loop?
Not saying I have it, but I've had that moment where you scratch and itch and feel it in your spine and think, yes, more, my body is a temple of self-destruction. That's the entry point.
Oh, lichen simplex chronicus. When your itch is so demanding, it builds a civilization on your skin.
No, thanks.
Alright, listen up. So I'm sitting here, scratching a bump on my ankle, and it hits me. What if a mosquito could apologize?
Like, really, genuinely apologize.
Not that high-pitched whine. They do already. That's just their damn theme song. I mean, a proper, hey, I'm sorry, I gave you dengue and 3 sleepless nights, my bad.
First problem, how would they even say it?
They'd have to form a little buzzing speech bubble. Maybe land on your arm and do a bow, legs folded, antennae drooping.
But then, the apology itself, what's the acceptable range?
I apologize for the itch. That's weak. They'd have to own up to the whole blood-sucking, disease-spreading, sleep-ruining career. I acknowledge my species' historical crimes against humanity. We've been a nuisance since the Jurassic. We're trying to change. Please accept this tiny nectar offering.
Would I forgive? Here's the real question. If a mosquito landed right now, looked me in the eye. Do they have eyes? Whatever, and said sorry.
I don't know, man.
My first instinct is slap first, ask questions later.
You can't unswarm 100 bites with a word.
But if it's sincere, if it swears off blood forever, goes full vegan, and starts pollinating flowers like a good bug,
maybe then.
But forgiveness ain't free.
They'd have to sign a contract. No breeding in my apartment. No biting my pets. No dive bombing my face at 3 a.m.
And they'd need a sponsor, like a moth that vouches for them.
On the flip side, do we even deserve an apology?
We kill them by the million. We drain swamps. We spray poison.
Maybe they should be the ones forgiving us. Yeah, you killed my whole family with a mosquito racket. But I recognize your need for blood-free nights. I forgive you. That's a power move.
Anyway, I think the real answer is, it doesn't matter, because even if they apologized, they'd still need to drink blood to live.
So it's like a serial killer saying sorry while still holding the knife. You can't trust that.
So slap first, reflect later. Or vice versa. I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
Okay, so Lichen simplex chronicus sounds like some fancy fungal goth band, but it's actually your skin turning into beef jerky from scratching too much. Thick, leathery, with those exaggerated lines like a topographic map of your own misery. Real talk, sudden itching and excess. Bro, what excess? Excess of what? Bad decisions? Stress? Existence? They don't even say just excess. Like your skin's bank account overdrew and now it's paying the price with interest.
And sudden itching. I call bullshit. Nothing sudden about it.
You've been scratching that same spot for weeks, maybe months, like a nervous habit you can't shake. Then one day you look down and it's all cracked and thick, and you are like, when did I turn into a human cheese rind? That's LSA, baby. The reward for your own compulsive rebellion against hygiene.
You'd think the body would learn, hey, stop scratching, it's making it worse. But now, the brain's like, scratching feels good, let's double down, until your skin's tougher than a truck tire. Honestly, this stuff makes me wince just reading it.
It's your own body betraying you in the most vulgar, visible way. No elegance, no mystery, just raw cause and effect, starring you and your dumb hands.
Anyway, that's the deal. Thick, leathery skin from scratching yourself stupid. Don't make it deeper than it is. So your skin decides to throw a tantrum and turn into literal leather. Sarcastic. Legion Simplex Chronicles sounds like a spell from a half-baked fantasy game. But nah, it's just your body being a drama queen. Sarcastic sudden itching you scratch. It gets thick and leathery with those exaggerated markings, like someone drew a road map on you. Poetic, right? Sarcastic, but here's the thing. Excess is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that definition. What kind of excess? Excess scratching. Excess stress. Excess bad luck. Bad. It's all three lining up like a row of dominoes. Sarcastic, your nerves say itch. Your hands say scratch. Your skin says fine. I'll just armor up like a medieval knight. Sarcastic. And then you're stuck with this patch of hide that looks like it belongs on a couch, not on you. Caustic. I mean, think about it. Your body is trying to protect itself by getting tougher, but it's the wrong kind of tough. Sarcastic is like locking your door, but forgetting you're still inside. Sarcastic, you scratch because it itches. It itches because you scratch. A perfect loop of thought. Caustic and that leathery texture. Curious, not the cool biker jacket kind. Sarcastic, more like a old shoe you find under a bridge. Sarcastic, honestly, if your skin's gonna rebel, at least be creative about it. Sarcastic, this is just tedious. Sick, exaggerated. And itchy sounds like a bad Tinder date. Sarcast.
So yeah, like in Simplex Chronicles, where your nerves and your hands team up to make your life just a little bit more miserable, one scratch at a time.
K-ick. Sarcastic.
Man, you scroll through these and you're like, oh wow, someone's skin got into a fight with a cheese grater and lost. That's the hot take, right? People look at Lycan Simplex Chronicles and think it's just some weird decoration. Like your body decided to cosplay as tree bark for fun.
But nah, hold up. I gotta walk that back because it's actually brutal. This isn't some cosmetic flex. It's skin that's been through hell from scratching. It's like your nerves are screaming itch, so loud that your fingers turn into demolition tools. The skin thickens up, turns leathery, lines get deeper. It's not trying to look tough,
It's scar tissue from a war you can't stop fighting. So yeah, I came in hot mocking it, but honestly, that's just my garbage reflex. The real story is people stuck in a loop. Itch, scratch, thicker skin, itch more. It's not funny when you think about the sleep lost, the embarrassment, the why can't I just stop spiral.
Doesn't mean I won't crack a joke about the visual, but I'm not gonna pretend it's a joke for the person living in it.
So, scratch that take. Literally.
Alright, let's cut through some medical bullshit.
Lichen simplex chronicus, that's just fancy Latin for you scratched yourself raw until your skin turned into shoe leather. The doctors will dress it up with thick, leathery skin and exaggerated markings. But what they really mean is, you got an itch, you couldn't leave it the fuck alone, and now your body's built a goddamn fortress out of dead skin cells. Here's the thing. Sudden itching and access. They make it sound like a surprise attack.
It's not.
It's a loop.
You itch, you scratch. It itches more. You scratch harder. And soon enough, your skin's got more texture than a basketball. The excess isn't the problem. It's the response that's the problem. Your body's not stupid, it's just desperate.
It throws up thick layers, like a landlord patching drywall over a leak.
But the leak's still there, man. Now, question this. Why does it happen?
They'll tell you chronic rubbing or scratching. No shit.
But what's underneath?
Stress, anxiety, boredom, or just plain habit. Your brain's looking for a release valve, and scratching's cheap.
Real cheap.
So cheap you don't even notice you're doing it until you've got a patch of skin that feels like a used welcome mat. Here's my take. It's a physical metaphor. You can't scratch away what's eating you, so you scratch what you can reach. The leathery skin is just the canvas you grew to protect yourself from yourself. And the exaggerated markings, bet your story written on your hide. Every line's a bad day, every groove a sleepless night. So what do?
You stop scratching? Easy to say. Try telling an addict to just stop using.
You gotta interrupt the loop, put a physical barrier in the way, keep your nails short, or break the trance when your hand finds the spot. But here's the kicker. Even if you do, the itch might just move somewhere else. Because it's never really about the skin, is it? It's about the thing you can't name. The thing that made you start scratching in the first place. Fix that, or keep wearing your nerves on your hide. Your call. J.
Yo, Lichen simplex chronicus sounds like some ancient Roman curse or a fancy patty you'd never wanna eat.
Thick, leathery skin with exaggerated markings?
So your skin's basically turning into a distressed leather couch from constant scratching.
And the cause? Sudden itching and excess. That's it?
Excess of what? Excess life. Excess trust. Excess me. Let me get this straight. Your nerves freak out. You scratch. Skin gets thick. Then you scratch because it's thick and itchy. And boom, you're a human alligator.
classic feedback loop.
Modern problem, patient sounding name. But here's the thing. They say sudden itching and excess. That's like saying a fire is caused by sudden heat and flames. No shit.
What triggers the itch?
Boredom? Existential dread? Your neighbor's bad music?
Honestly, this condition sounds like my life sometimes. You keep rubbing against the same nonsense day after day, and eventually you grow a thick, ugly hide. Except the hide doesn't protect you, it just makes you itchier.
The skin's literally screaming stop by turning into armor, but the armor itself itches. That's some cosmic level irony. I bet the treatment is just stop scratching. Like telling a drowning person to stop breathing water.
Anyway, if your skin ever starts looking like a wrinkled hiking boot, you might have this. Or you might just be getting old. Same difference.
Anyway, don't scratch. Or do, I'm not your dermatologist. Old lighter on the corner.
Barely flickers now. Give it a scratch gun. Out in 3 seconds. Even that's too much effort.
Teeth?
Fine, just say in the dark then.
Ha! Lichen simplex chronicus. Okay, doc. You got me scrolling through a dermatology textbook I never asked for. That shit looks like someone tried to sand down an elephant's ass with a cheese grater and called it a day.
You ever see a patch of skin that's been through more wars than a stray cat's ear?
That's it.
Thick, scratched, leathery, like a forgotten couch in a smoker's lounge that's been pissed on and set on fire. Free association. I'm seeing. Roadkill wallet and old boot sole that's seen better days, or the texture of leftover meatloaf you forgot in the fridge for 3 months. The name alone sounds like a spell from a cheap fantasy novel. You have been afflicted by lichen simplex now, your skin thinks it's tree bark. Imagine telling your date, yeah, I got that chronic lichen, baby, it's hot, right? Nah.
That's a one-way ticket to sleeping alone.
And the new image ones, they look like they're trying to be sexy for a medical journal cover. Look at me, I'm thickened and inflamed. Wink, wink. No?
That's a hard pass.
Your skin decided to turn into a scab factory because your brain forgot to stop scratching. Bravo, rather overachiever.
Anyway, don't scratch, kids. You'll end up as a cautionary JPEG in some dermatologist's slideshow.
Holy hell, look at this day.
It's like someone took a piece of beef jerky, glued it to a person's neck, and called it a medical condition.
Right there. That texture is gnarly, man.
And the color, that's not even skin anymore. That's like seasoned wood, okay?
It's got that. Look where you want to tap it with your knuckles to hear if it's hollow.
And the best part, the name.
Sarcastic lichen simplex chronicus. That's doctor speak for you scratched so hard your skin turned into a tree bark. Sarcastic.
I'm looking at these patterns, these lines going every which way. It's like a topographical map of bad decisions.
Sarcastic. And you know, it's chronic because the skin's given up trying to fight back. It's just like, fine, I'll be tough and ugly, happy now, castic.
Now here's the real chalk, brothers. This is what happens when you keep ignoring that one itchy spot.
You scratch it. Feels good for a second. But your skin goes, nah, I'm gonna armor up. So next time you feel that itch creeping, maybe don't turn yourself into a human piece of trail mix.
Odu, I'm not your doctor. But this is a cautionary tale from the skin department. And that's all I'm saying.
Oh, look, it's the classic. I'm just a little dry. Maybe some lotion will fix it. Chief, that's not dry skin. That's your nerves having a full-on bar fight with your scratching hand. People see those thickened lines and go tree bark, like they're on a nature walk.
Newsflash, that's not Bart. That's you, grinding your skin into leather over months of just one more scratch.
Every time someone pops up with these images, there's always that one comment. Is it contagious? Bruh, it's contagious like a bad habit. The only thing catching here is the itch scratch cycle. And guess who's the host? The real horror show isn't the plaques. It's the fact you can't stop. Like your brain lights up every time you nail that sweet spot. It's your own personal dopamine battle station. Doctors talk about stress management. Like, that's gonna solve 10 years of trench warfare on your shins. But hey, at least you're consistent. You've built a texture that's part lichen, part construction paper, part why did I do this to myself? And everyone's first take, oh, eczema, try coconut oil. Yeah, sure, Karen. Let me just lather up my lizard scale armor. That'll fix the fact I've been mentally scratching since I popped out the womb.
Alright, enough. Go grab some topical steroids and a happy. Or don't. It's your callus now. Barely flickers now. There's not even a trace of anyone. Task W who? The hell came up with this stupid idea? Alright, fine. I'll just half-ass it and get it over with. Yo, what the hell is this? Somebody's battle-scarred couch upholstery.
Nah, I can't even front. This looks like God played connect the dots with sandpaper and a bad attitude.
That thick, leathery texture.
That ain't skin no more. That's a life jacket for your soul.
You know who gets this?
People who scratch an itch so long it turns into their full-time job. It's like your body said, bet, you wanna scratch? I'll make this spot so ugly, you're committed now. But here's the thing. I look at these pictures and I see a guy who really, really hated his problems. 'Cause let's be real, normal people scratch once, twice, done. Nah. This is dedication. This is someone who turned a mosquito bite into a lifelong identity. I almost respect it. Almost.
The color is weird too, like somebody mixed concrete with bruised banana. Looks like a map of everywhere you shouldn't touch. But hey, if you got this, at least you got a conversation starter at parties. Oh, that? Yeah, that's my full-time itch. Don't touch it, you might start a career.
I'm done.
So you're telling me the internet's obsessed with whether a dead guy used a white bic?
And we're calling that a curse?
Alright, let's untangle this. Old lighter rate when the lighter is used.
I'm guessing that's a typo for Because who the hell reads a lighter?
Yeah, old ones were striker wheel, flint and steel. You'd flick it, maybe get a spark, maybe not.
Junk tag, honestly.
Then Zippo came along, made the same goddamn design but in a windproof shell, and suddenly, it's a cultural icon. But here's the thing. Zippo's still just a metal box with a wick. You fill it with fluid. It evaporates in 3 days.
Not exactly a marvel.
Now, the 27 Club, Nonsense, Jimmy, Janice, Kurt, Amy, all supposedly holding a white lighter when they checked out. The myth's been around since the 70s, but here's the kicker. It's bullshit. No reliable source ever proved Hendrix or Morrison had a white lighter on them.
It's a retroactive pattern people force onto coincidences.
And the curse only applies to white lighters because they're common as dirt. Everybody had one in the 60s because they were cheap and matched everything. That's not a curse, that's statistics.
But people love a good ghost story, so they keep repeating it. Oh, don't use a white lighter, you'll die at 27.
Bitch, if that worked, half the TikTok musicians would be gone by now.
It's just romanticized tragedy. Makes stats feel edgy instead of random.
You want a real lighter curse?
Try using a dollar store one that explodes in your pocket.
That's a curse.
Anyway, Zippo makes good product. The myth. Pure delusion. Use whatever color you want. You're gonna die anyway.
Just maybe not at 27, and not because of a lighter.
Barely flickers.
As me, bro?
No, the bulb.
Fuck it, both of us.
Same shit. Dingy, dead, and nobody's looking.
Perfect match.
This crappy microphone's noise floor is louder than what I actually want to say. Forget it. I don't even have a soul here right now. Even talking to myself feels redundant.
Lycan Simplex Chronicles. Sounds like a band name for some sad ultra group from the 90s, right?
But nah, it's just your skin deciding to turn into beef jerky.
Thick, leathery skin with exaggerated markings. I mean, that's basically describing a worn-out couch, not a medical condition.
And caused by sudden itching and excess.
Excess what? Excess scratching? Excess bad luck?
The phrasing is so vague it's almost poetic, like a fortune cookie from hell.
So here's the real deal. You itch, you scratch, your skin gets thicker, then it itches more because it's thick and weird, and you scratch more.
It's a feedback loop that would make a startup CEO jealous.
But sudden itching?
That's the part that gets me. Nothing about chronic skin stuff is sudden. It creeps up on you like a stalker ex.
And excess.
Is that excess scratching or excess anxiety?
Because, let's be real, this thing lives in that part of your brain that convinces you to pick at a scab until you hit bone.
I've seen this in real life, people rubbing their arms raw because they're stressed or allergic to their own existence. The exaggerated skin markings are just your body's way of saying, "Hey, I'm trying to build armor here, stop touching me."
But you can't stop, can you?
The itch is a liar. It tells you scratching feels good, but really it's just setting you up for more itch.
Classic toxic relationship. Anyway, don't get it confused with lichen sclerosis. That's the one that makes you look like a dried up riverbed, not a leather jacket. RSC is the ugly stepchild of dermatology. Thick, leathery skin. Sounds cool until you realize it's not a fashion statement. It's a cry for help from your epidermis.
So, next time you feel that sudden itch, slap it instead of scratching. Just accept your fate as a human alligator. Your call.
Yo, so I just read up on lichen simplex chronicus, and what they're saying is you got this skin that turns thick and leathery, with exaggerated markings like a damn road map, all because of sudden itching and excess.
Excess?
They don't say.
Probably excess scratching? That's the real kicker. You itch, so you scratch and your skin goes. Oh, you want to play that game? Bet. And then it turns into this permanent leather jacket you never asked for.
Now, Li Xin, really?
You're telling me a skin condition has to name drop moss? Like, oh yeah, my arm looks like a tree trunk with crusty lichen. That's some botanical shade right there. You can't just say thick, scratchy skin? No, gotta sound fancy so the doctors feel smart. And exaggerated skin markings. What? Like your skin started doing improv? Alright, I'm gonna make these lines really now. No, that's your body being a drama queen. It's like her skin's holding a grudge. You scratched me yesterday? Here, have a permanent reminder that life is just a cycle of itch and regret. But here's the real fun part. Say it's by sudden itching and excess, so the cause is literally the symptom. It's a perfect loop, like being stuck in a bad relationship with your own body.
You itch because your skin is already irritated, but the irritation makes it itch more, and the more you scratch, the thicker and weirder it gets.
By the end, you're not even sure what's the chicken and what's the scratch. And chronic, of course it is. Nothing's gonna fix itself when your skin's decided it wants to be about. Honestly, sounds like skin burnout, like your epidermis just clocked out and started building armor. I've had enough. I'm going leather. I respect the commitment, but damn, that's a rough way to live.
Anyway, don't take it from me. If your itching turns into permanent road map skin, maybe get it checked.
Or just accept your new life as a crusty lichen-covered demon.
Your call. There's a chip crumb stuck in the keyboard. Gap. TCK. When was the last time I ate chips? Huh. I don't know. Anyway, I'm the only one left in this crappy live stream room.
Great. No one's watching me make a fool of myself.
This room is so quiet. It's making my brain go moldy. Wait, where was I just now? Anyway, oh right. I suddenly don't feel like talking anymore. Forget it.
Oh, that's just beautiful. Lichen simplex chronicus, sounding like some kind of ancient Roman skin condition you'd catch from a cursed statue. But nah, it's just your own damn hands wrecking you. Thick, leathery skin with exaggerated markings, huh? So basically, your body's saying, you know what? I'm tired of your bullshit, so I'm gonna build a whole ass fortress out of dead skin cells. And the cause? Sudden itching and excess. That's it? That's the big medical revelation? It itches, so you scratch, and then it gets worse? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I could have told you that from the time I got a mosquito bite in 3rd grade and scratched it into an open wound that left a scar. But no, they gotta put it in Latin and charge you $200 for a diagnosis.
Excess of what?
Of bad decisions, of stress, of that 3rd cup of coffee at 2 a.m. while you're doom scrolling. Probably.
But here's the thing I actually find funny.
They call it chronic, like it's a lifelong sentence. You scratch too much, your skin goes full rhino hide, and you're just stuck with that patch of leather forever. Imagine explaining that to someone. Oh yeah, this rough spot on my neck? That's my emotional support lichen.
Nah, but seriously, it's basically your skin throwing a tantrum.
You keep irritating me. Fine, I'm gonna get thick and ugly so you remember every time you look in the mirror.
Makes you wonder though. Is it really sudden itching in excess? Or is it just your brain being a little too good at finding problems?
'Cause I've known people who scratch themselves raw over nothing. Maybe the real lichen simplex chronicus is the friends we made along the way.
Who also scratched too much.
Anyway, keep your hands off your own Heidi, yeah?
Or don't. I ain't your mom.
So you're telling me there's a condition where your skin literally turns into leather because you can't stop scratching?
That's some glitch in the matrix. Shit right there. Sudden itching and excess. Yeah, real sudden. Like your brain just goes, hey, let's destroy this patch of skin for no reason. Classic.
Here's the thing nobody says out loud. That thickened, leathery skin, that's your body trying to build armor against yourself.
You're so committed to the scratch that your epidermis goes, fine, I'll just grow a hide.
It's like callousing your sanity.
And exaggerated. That's your skin screaming, look what you did.
But you keep going because the itch feels like a compulsion. It's not even about relief anymore. It's about finishing the job. And then FNJ, sigh, I, chew, I. I bet half the people with this don't even notice they're doing it. You're sitting there watching a stream, zoning out, and next thing you know, your ankle looks like a football.
And doctors? They'll slather on creams, and say don't scratch. Real helpful, doc. Tell an addict to just stop using.
Honest, this is just the physical version of a thought loop. You've got a psychic itch, stress, boredom, anxiety, and your hand finds a way to scratch it on your body.
The real kicker? It's chronic. You can't break the cycle because the scratching feels like the only thing that makes sense in the moment. Thick. Leathery skin is just the receipt for all the times you didn't know what else to do with your hands. This crappy keyboard, keycaps almost worn smooth. Sigh, this is all I have left with me. Not a single damn sound. Who the hell am I even fighting with?
So you looked up lichen simplex chronicus, and what did you find? Thick, leathery skin with exaggerated markings, all because of real helpful, doc. Translates to your skin turns into beef, jerky from scratching too much. Classic.
But let me question this. Excess. Excess of what? Itching? Scratching?
They make it sound like your skin is just greedy. Nah, it's a feedback loop from hell. You itch, you scratch, the scratch makes it thicker, the thicker skin itches more, and suddenly you're in a toxic relationship with your own arm. That lichen part is almost poetic, like moss on a rock. Except it's your shin, and it's not cute. It's an ongoing horror show of your own doing. Here's the kicker. They call it chronic, as in, this isn't a one-off mistake. This is your skin committing to a lifestyle of irritation. No quick fix, no magic cream, just you, the itch, and the eventual leather patch that feels like sandpaper when you're trying to sleep.
Honesty?
This condition is the universe's way of telling you to chill. Sudden itching and excess. That's not just a medical note, that's a personality assessment.
You're wound too tight.
Your nerves are so on edge, they're manifesting as physical armor.
So either get your stress under control or accept that you're turning into human jerky. Either way, the lichen wins. Like, seriously, who designed this chair? One cheek goes numb, the other's cramping, and I'm supposed to stream how many hours? Nah, I'm just gonna blame the carpet.
It's ugly. Perfect scapegoat.
Yo, your skin just decides to turn into a damn doormat?
Thick, leathery, with those fancy-ass exaggerated markings like it's trying to join some geometric art movement, all because you scratched it a bit too hard. That's some real I'm the main character of my own disaster energy right there.
Let me get this straight. You itch, so you scratch. The more you scratch, the thicker your skin gets. Then that thick skin gets super itchy, so you scratch even more.
It's a vicious cycle, straight out of a toxic relationship. Your skin is gaslighting you into damaging it, then acting like it's your fault for being excessive. Nah, skin, you started this. And what's with lichen?
Like we're comparing a chronic skin condition to a fungus growing on rocks? That's harsh, bro.
But honestly, maybe it fits. You got this rough leathery patch that's just there, clinging on, refusing to leave. No amount of moisturizer or prayer will get rid of it. You gotta break the scratch cycle, which is like telling a crackhead to just stop. Now easy. The fact says sudden itching and excess, so it's not even a slow build. Just bam, your neck or ankle or wherever turns into a patch of sandpaper that demands attention.
And the excess part, man. Our bodies love going overboard. One little signal. Nah, let's flood the system. Let's make that nerve ending a screaming toddler.
So, what's the takeaway?
Your skin is petty. It holds grudges, and if you pick at it, it's gonna get thick. Skin about it, literally.
The only move is to back off, but that takes the kind of discipline most of us don't have. So welcome to the club, I guess. Pass the anti-itch cream and try not to think about it too hard, or you'll start scratching again. Perfect scapegoat.
Only a nobody like me would take this crappy idea.
To hell with this stupid live stream. Might as well go do something even crazier. Oh, Lichen Simplex Chronicus now. That's a $10 name for I can't stop scratching my own skin raw, like a rabid raccoon.
Sounds like some highfalutin medical bullshit until you realize it's basically your body's way of saying you got a nervous habit. Congrats.
Real talk though? That itch crash loop is no joke. I've seen people rub holes in their own arms over stress. It's like picking at a scab you know you shouldn't, but your brain's got other plans.
But look at this setup.
Keycaps worn slick, silent as a tune, and you're out here Googling skin conditions.
Feels like you're fighting ghosts. Typing into nothing, no clicks, no clacks, just smooth plastic and a sad search bar.
That's some existential shit right there. You got a keyboard that's been loved to death, or maybe just beaten into submission. And now you're wondering why your skin's acting up too? Sympathy pains, my guy.
The whole damn rig is falling apart with you.
Nah, I'm not even mocking. I get it.
Sometimes you're just in the trenches. Scratching, typing, searching, all the same, aimless energy.
But hey, at least Lichen Simplex sounds cool. Way better than I got a nervous rash from my garbage keyboard.
Honestly, what the hell am I even? Forget it. This empty room is louder than my head.
Yeah, real funny joke, me.
Fuck it. I'm out. You ever just stare at a carpet and see your whole life falling apart in a pattern?
No? Just me? Alright.
This word carpeted yanks me straight back to that one motel where the floor felt like it had absorbed 3 decades of wet socks, spilled soda, and quiet regret.
And here, I thought we were done with the 70s.
Then you remember, carpet is just floor hair. Permanent, unsweepable floor hair.
But wait.
Somehow we looped back to these results on screen, and it's the same deal. Endless squares of cozy that under a black light would tell war stories.
Beach is not a personality, people.
Beach is surrender.
But hey, at least no one's asking me to vacuum.
That's where I draw the line.
Alright, so ergonomics is a science now?
Human factors engineering. Sounds like they're designing a cockpit for a fighter jet, not a chair I'm gonna slouch in while eating instant noodles at 2 a.m.
Yeah, in the 1970 seconds, they suddenly gave a damn, probably because office workers' backs started sounding like bubble wrap.
Before that, you sat on a wooden plank and called it character building. Now the Mera chair, 96% recyclable by weight.
Cool. So when it inevitably breaks or you hate the color, you can guilt trip yourself into keeping it because saving the planet feels more important than your sciatica.
9 adjustments. Seat height, tilt tension, armrest width, lumbar depth, forward tilt. Hell, you need a pilot's license to sit down.
And yet, people still sit like a question mark, legs crossed, head craned forward, like they're smelling a fart from across the room.
What's the point of 9 adjustments if no one uses them?
One knob gets twisted, the rest gather dust.
I've sat on milk crates, concrete curbs, the folded cardboard box from my last move. None of it gave me a herniated disc.
Maybe ergonomics is just capitalism making you think you need a $1,000 chair to survive Excel spreadsheets.
The Mira's 96% recyclable. That means 4% of it will outlive your great-grandkids.
Bet they find those plastic armrests in a landfill 3 centuries from now.
So yeah, adjust your chair, sit tight, but don't pretend a piece of foam and mesh is gonna fix your life. Alright, brothers, Lichen simplex chronicus, let me tell you what this is.
Your skin basically decides to grow a leather jacket from Pure's uncontrollable itching. Thick, leathery, exaggerated markings like a cheap wallet.
And it comes from sudden itching and excess.
Sudden.
Nah man, that's the problem. It ain't sudden, it's a habit. You scratch one spot once, feels good. Then twice.
Then you're doing it in your sleep.
Your skin goes, oh, you want tough? I'll show you tough.
And boom, you got LSC. Here's the thing. Nobody says. This is your body overcorrecting.
Like when you're poor and you hoard food until it rots.
The itch sends a signal, scratch me, but the more you scratch, the more your skin thinks, I need armor. So it gets thick, leathery, and the markings pop out like a topographical map.
It's a feedback loop from hell.
And the docs call it excess.
Yeah, excess of bad decisions maybe.
But your skin ain't smart, it's just reacting.
Actionable step, brothers. Stop scratching.
I know, easier said than done.
But here's a hack. Ice it. Cold kills that itch signal faster than a politician's promise. Press an ice cube on it for a minute.
Then slap some moisturizer, thick, greasy stuff, not that fancy water in a bottle.
Knock it in.
Do that for a week and watch that leather soften.
Question for you. You ever had an itch you couldn't quit? Something you knew was bad but kept rubbing anyway? That's LSC, just a physical version of your worst habits. Now fix it before your skin turns into a suitcase.
So, lichen simplex chronicus. Basically, your skin throws a tantrum, starts scratching itself raw, then goes, you know what? I'm just gonna armor up like a medieval dungeon door.
Thick, leathery, with those exaggerated lines like a bad road map.
And the cause? Sudden itching and excess, real specific, doc, thanks.
Could be stress, could be your laundry detergent, could be the universe deciding today's the day your neck turns into beef jerky. Bursa. Thing is, I've seen that pattern before, not on skin, on people. Someone gets one bad break, one itch, they can't let go, and they just keep rubbing at it till they've built a whole calloused personality around it.
Yeah, I'm coarse and marked up. That's just who I am now. No, bro, you just never stop scratching.
The medical term is almost poetic. Chronic, simplex, simple chronic, alike the most basic version of a long-term mistake. But and excess, what a loaded word. Excess scratching, excess friction, excess of something. Makes you wonder what the body's trying to tell you. Maybe it's not just skin. Hobby is the soul trying to grow a leather jacket because the world keeps poking tender spots. But here's the deal. Nobody reads a label on that itch. They just dig in till the skin remembers the shape of the fingernail better than it remembers being soft. So yeah, lichen simplex chronicus, fancy name for I couldn't leave it alone. Don't we all know that one? 8. So you're telling me there's a thing called lichen simplex chronicus. Basically, your skin decides to go full beef jerky mode. Thick, leathery, with these exaggerated dash markings like a topographical map of nowhere. And the cause? Sarcastic, sudden itching, and excess. Sarcastic. That's it? That's the diagnosis. Sarcastic. You itch too hard, buddy. Now you're a human alligator. Wallet sarcastic.
I mean, think about it. Your skin's supposed to be this barrier, right? First line of defense keeps your guts from spilling out. But nah, sometimes it just maps. Gets a itch it can't scratch, wait. No, it can scratch, and it does scratch, and it scratches so much, it basically gives itself a promotion to run no hide.
Sudden itching and excess.
Sounds like my entire life philosophy, honestly. Too much of a bad thing, then you're stuck with the consequences. But here's where it gets weird. The description says,
thick, leathery skin with exaggerated skin markings.
So it's not just rough. It's like your skin is trying to communicate something, drawing these deep-ass lines like it's writing its own obituary. And the itch. That sudden part, that's a real kicker. You're just living your life, minding your own business, and then
bam!
Your skin decides to throw a tantrum. No warning, no reason. Just pure, unfiltered irritation.
Makes you wonder what the excess is of, though.
Excess scratching, excess stress, excess existential dread.
Probably all three.
They don't say because medicine loves giving you a label without a how to fix it manual.
Here's your diagnosis. Good luck not turning into a human doormat.
Anyway, if you ever see someone with that pattern, don't stare.
Just nod, respect the grind, and maybe offer him some lotion. Or a therapist. Either or.
Real funny joke. My ass. Funny how? Funny like a car crash you can't look away from?
Or funny, like this whole damn setup. This room's dead air's louder than my brain. Me?
Oh, look, a whole field dedicated to making door handles intuitive and telling you your chair needs 3 degrees of lumbar tilt.
Human factors.
The sacred art of pretending that if you just measure enough elbow heights and reaction times, you can design a world where nobody's ever confused by a microwave. Classic cliché. The average user. Newsflash, that guy doesn't exist. You've got a distribution curve of thumbs and patience levels that looks like a crackhead's EKG. And what do they give us? A button labeled any key on a screen that's too bright. Genius. So now we're staring at images that probably show a silhouette of a dude being measured like a side of beef. Elbow to fingertip, eye to floor. Probably their soul to desk ratio. Then some graph showing cognitive load, as if my brain's a truck axle. And I bet there's one of those rich envelopes that look like a rainbow's half-broken promise. All to tell you that you should put the coffee cup to your right and the stapler to your left. Real cutting-edge stuff. And let's not forget the error proofing. They'll spend 10,000 hours designing a stove knob that requires a PhD to turn off, then blame you for burning the toast.
Where's the whole game? Measure everything, fix nothing that matters, and call it science.
Face it, human factors is just an excuse for engineers to feel smart while you still can't figure out which plug goes where without a manual the size of your arm.
Oh my god, look at that thing.
That is not a chair, that's a crime scene. Someone melted a beanbag and a broken spine together and called it furniture. The backrest is basically a dare. Go ahead, slouch so hard your vertebrae form a question mark, and the cushion looks like a squashed donut that lost its will to live. I'm not even mad. I'm impressed at how aggressively it says, I give up. You know who designed this? A chiropractor's retirement fund. Every curve is an invitation to herniate a disc in style. The armrest, one's basically a speed bump for your elbow, the other's missing entirely, probably off collecting disability. And the fabric looks like it was upholstered by a cat with PTSD. I bet if you sit in it, the chair lets out a single, defeated sigh and then just accepts your bad decisions. This ain't a chair. It's a monument to bad posture, a throne for the kingdom of I'll fix my back tomorrow. Whoever sat in this first probably walked away with a new permanent neck angle.
Honestly, I kinda respect it. No pretenses, no ergonomic lies. Just pure, unfiltered slouch technology.
It knows you're degenerate and it's here for it.
Shit, this ugly ass cup ring on the table. Been there 3 days.
Looks like a fossil.
Funny how you stare at trash when nobody's watching.
So your skin gets pissed off because you won't stop scratching it. And it says, fine, I'll just grow a damn armor plate. That's lichenification. Basically, your epidermis throwing up a middle finger in the form of thickened, leathery patches. Real elegant name for a real dumb problem.
And it's not just some rare freak show. Atopic dermatitis hits like 20% of people, so 1 in 5 of us is walking around with skin that's 1 bad itch away from turning into tree bark.
Oh, and they throw in this bit about sebum mixed with epithelial and sometimes bacterial debris. So now you've got oil, dead skin flakes, and bacteria all having a little party in the thickened mess. You're not just itchy, you're a goddamn ecosystem.
But here's the thing nobody tells you, that consistent irritation they mention. That's not just scratching. That's the anxiety loop. You're stressed. You rub your arm raw. It sickens. You hate it. You rub more. Is skin trauma becoming a permanent feature?
What gets me is how they frame it like a medical curiosity. No, this is a body adapting to bullshit.
If you kept punching a wall, your knuckles would callus up. That's the same logic.
Lichenification is just your dermis going. I've had enough, I'm going concrete.
So next time you catch yourself absent-mindedly rubbing that same spot on your neck or elbow, ask yourself, are you soothing it or are you literally building a fortress of dead cells? Because that's what's happening.
Your skin is not healing. It's doubling down.
And the worst part? Once it thickens, it's hard to reverse.
So yeah, maybe don't turn your own hide into armor unless you're actually headed into battle.
You know what the word car crash makes me think of first? Not twisted metal, not airbags. No?
I'm sitting here and my brain goes straight to that time I tried to bake a frozen pizza without reading the box 450 degrees 50 minutes. I set it for 50. Came back, the thing was a black hockey puck with a cheese skull grin.
That's a car crash of the Soul Brothers.
Same energy. You look away for 5 seconds and your life turns into a smoking pile of what the hell happened. But then you look at what's actually on screen here.
Christ. Somebody's morning commute went from I need coffee to I need a new car and possibly a chiropractor.
And you know someone in the comments is already psychoanalyzing the driver.
Oh, they were probably texting. Look at the skin marks. Shut up, man.
You don't know?
Maybe a deer jumped out. Maybe the tire blew. Maybe the guy sneezed so hard he cranked the wheel. Point is, 1 second you're humming a song, next second you're upside down in a ditch, wondering if your insurance covers act of dumb luck. Best part.
Nobody got seriously hurt or we wouldn't be laughing.
That's the unspoken rule. Gog point. make a joke, but only because everyone walked away.
Otherwise, it's not a car crash, it's a tragedy.
难中瑞放贷. So yeah, this is nasty. Ugly. Totally fixable with a tow truck and a checkbook.
Meanwhile, my pizza is still a cautionary tale.
You got 3 scraps of info about chairs, and that's already more than most people ever think about when they plunk down their ass for 8 hours. Let's tear through them. First, gaming chairs.
They're ergonomic chairs, but they're the gamers, which means they've got racing stripes, neon stitching, and a price tag that says, I take my KD ratio very seriously. Regular office chairs have that high back too, but gaming chairs slap a pro label on it and charge you double. The difference? About $200 and a lot of RGB lights that do nothing for your spine. If you need a chair to look like a Lamborghini while you sit in a dark room eating Hot Pockets, that's your business.
But don't pretend it's about ergonomics. It's about branding.
You're paying for the privilege of feeling like a race car driver while you lose at Fortnite.
Now cool, 360, that one's interesting.
A trauma surgeon designed it. Trauma surgeons know what happens when bodies break. They see the aftermath of bad decisions.
So when a knife jockey says, your ass is sitting wrong, you listen.
It spins, supposedly forces micro movements, keeps your core engaged.
I'll take that over a gamer's throne any day.
At least the guy cutting people open for a living has some stake in making sure you don't end up on his table with a herniated disc.
Then you got your broader chair, history, slumber chair, moldy plastic, and ergonomic just tacked on like a badge. A recliner got popular.
No kidding.
Humans love leaning back. The slumber chair was basically an early attempt at napping while vertical. Molded plastic chairs are the ones you fold up and shove in a closet.
And ergonomic became a buzzword that means absolutely nothing unless the person who designed it actually gives a damn about your skeleton.
Bottom line. Most people don't think about their chair until their back screams at them. By then, it's too late.
Spend money on something that doesn't look like a gaming pod. Pays attention to your natural movement, and if it's good enough for a trauma surgeon to invent, might just keep you out of his operating room.
Or keep buying the neon coffin.
Your call.
Look, I don't know who curated this slideshow, but they've got some kind of asterisk. Let me break this down.
First off, a blue and white rat terrier and a chair. Dog's probably thinking.
Then we jump straight to The Fatal Chair, a detective story.
Oh, so now chairs are murder weapons? Classic.
You sit down, you die. This fluorescent light is flickering like someone having a damn seizure. Who came up with this stupid idea to have me stand here acting like a broken record?
Even the echo can't be bothered to answer me.
Look at this thing. That pixel. Sounds pretty scary, like a crime scene. When the ISO folks were making the standards, what did they write? A non-working pixel is a defect, but then they added it can still be used.
Isn't that just like us ordinary people?
I figure what they really mean is a screen has hundreds of pixels. 1 or 2 dead ones isn't a big deal. Can you see that black dot? Yes, does it affect your movie watching? No, but you keep staring at it every day, and the more you think about it, the more irritated you get. Humans, they're really good at making life hard for themselves.
I'm a rough guy, but I know one truth. Perfection isn't about having no flaws. It's about learning to live with them.
The screen in front of you, 99% of it is good, but you have to fixate on that 1% dead pixel. That's key.
Of course, if you insist on using that as an excuse, saying, "Look, my phone screen has a dead pixel," then by all means return it or exchange it. Don't come whining to me.
But those dead pixels on yourself, can you exchange those? My understanding of a dead pixel is it's there, not lighting up, but it proves the entire system is still running.
If the whole screen went black, that would be the real end.
1 or 2 spots stuck there make the bright ones around them more valuable.
That's exactly like our screwed up lives. A bunch of flaws, still getting by, and just being able to breathe is good enough.
You know what? Clownfish blinking is a total myth.
I don't know who started this. Some marine biologist with too much time and a bad sense of humor.
These fish look at the camera and go full dead eye stare. No blink, no nothing.
They're not even trying to sell the illusion. It's like the ocean's biggest con job. I came here expecting some adorable little wet blinker, and all I got was a fish that looks like it's plotting my demise. Honestly, the audacity. But okay, fine, I'll walk it back.
Turns out clownfish actually do blink. They just do it so fast you'd need a 4K slow-mo replay to catch it. It's like they're embarrassed to be caught in the act. A real blink would be too human, too vulnerable. So they pinch those eyelids shut for a fraction of a second, like they're hiding a secret. And you know what? That's even weirder.
Like, bro, you live in an anemone. No one's judging your eye hygiene. Just blink normally or don't. This whole half-ass hesitant wink makes me think they're hiding something. What? You got sand in there? You saw something you can't unsee?
I bet they're all reading the same script. Don't blink. Look tough, they'll respect you. But then they can't help it, so they sneak a microblink and pretend it didn't happen.
Honestly, this is the most relatable thing about fish. We all got those moments.
But don't think I'm letting you off the hook. Clownfish nuts. Time I see you, I'm timing that blink. You better deliver.
Yo, look at this fish, rolling their eyes like they've got tenure at a community college.
You ever see a clownfish that looks like it just read your group chat?
That's a fish that's been through 3 tank cleanings and still has to share an anemone with a hermit crab.
I'm telling you, The eye roll is a cry for help.
I'm orange, I'm striped, and I'm one bad bubbles reference away from swimming into the filter.
But wait, hold up. Maybe I'm just projecting.
Maybe that fish is just tired of the same coral scenery.
You ever think about that?
They've been posing for the same Finding Nemo meme since 2003. Every diver with a GoPro wants a shot.
Oh look, a clownfish. Do the thing. Bruh, that fish has seen more phone cameras than an influencer at Coachella.
And here's the part that gets me. We humanize this stuff instantly.
Oh, the fish is rolling its eyes at the camera.
Nah, maybe it's just got sand in its eye.
Maybe it's allergic to plastic.
But no, we gotta read into it like it's a goddamn poem.
That eye roll is pure judgment, aimed right at you, the viewer, for thinking you're special.
The fish knows you're just scrolling. It's tired of your bullshit too. But then again, I'm the one talking to a screen full of fish pictures at 3 a.m.
So who's really winning here?
Damn, this face is really... Who adjusted the lighting for me?
It makes me look like I just crawled out of a grave.
I'm so done. Streaming to nobody is worse than just yelling on the street.
Bet you guys these clownfish eye pinks all follow the exact same formula. Go on, scroll, I'm waiting. First one, big, round, soulless stare, like it just saw its own reflection for the first time and realized it's a Nemo knockoff. Next, same thing, maybe slightly tilted. Oh, I'm so surprised. Yeah, surprised that its entire life is a Pixar copyright trap. Third one. Oh, look, the pupils dilated. Either it's about to get eaten or it's having an existential crisis over orange and white stripes. Classic. Every single one is either angry goldfish or permanently shocked Squidward. No in between. And that little black outline makes them look like they're wearing those fake glasses with a mustache. Oh, you know the ones. I'm half expecting a caption, "When you see the bill for community college." Bro, it's a fish. It doesn't have bills. But that look, man. That look says, I've seen things, mostly my own reflection in a tank. It haunts me. Alright, next row. Here we go. Different angle, same vacant judgment. Like it's staring into your soul and judging your life choices. You call that a breakfast. I eat clown poop. Brenda. I bet the photographer just screamed, "Think of Nemo," and the fish did that face on cue. Anyway, formula confirmed. You owe me. Oh great, I Google fluorescent flicker and I get a PDF titled Measurement Models and some truncated Wikipedia link about end-of-life flicker problems, Sank's algorithm. That's like Googling headache and getting a textbook on brain surgery.
So here's the real deal. A dying fluorescent tube doesn't just dim its spasms. The flicker at the end of its life isn't random. It's the cathode struggling to emit electrons, the gas pressure dropping, the ballast losing its goddamn mind. And that PDF on measurement, models, probably some poor grad student trying to quantify the exact waveform of this failure. A fluorescent tube doesn't pretend it, starts dying in plain sight, jittering, screaming for help through your retinas. The measurement models are just science putting a number on it. But what nobody tells you is that the flicker frequency can actually trigger migraines and seizures in sensitive people.
So it's not just annoyance, it's a public health issue with a fancy PDF.
And flaky. Whoever RSK is, they're probably sitting in a lab looking at a lamp that costs $3 to replace, writing a thesis on why it makes you want to smash it with a hammer. I respect that hustle.
But honestly, between the phantom power draw from all those ballasts and the mercury in the tubes, maybe we should just let flicker be the exit sign.
The real problem isn't the flicker. It's that we've accepted cheap toxic, failing technology as normal need jest. Time your tube starts strobing. Don't replace it. Rip it out and go get an LED tape sharps, the headache and the mess.
Faint home of the computer fans, the only company now.
Kinda peaceful, in a creepy way.
Gotta wonder if I'm wasting electricity on ghosts.
Annoying, this light tube is buzzing, just like that broken fridge I had last year.
This crappy streaming room doesn't even have proper grounding.
Whatever, more wind leaks in through the keyhole than there are viewers.
Clownfish rolling their eyes?
That's the most pathetic cry for attention since that guy tried to stream his own funeral. Like, congrats, you're a fish. You live in a dang sea cucumber's toilet and you're gonna throw shade? Get real.
But actually, hold up. Maybe I'm the one being a clown here. Think about it. These little orange nuggets spend their whole lives in a toxic anemone, dodging predators, and still find time to express disapproval. That's commitment.
Oh, that's the energy I bring to reading my chat on a bad day.
I'm literally rolling my eyes at half the donations I get. Hey Yi, can you sing Despacito? Yeah, how about no?
So maybe the clownfish is a mood, a vibe, a whole aesthetic. Still, looking at these search results, I gotta ask, who took the time to train a fish to make that face? And more importantly, why does it look like it's judging my entire life choices?
You're watching this stream at 3 a.m. again. Bitch, I don't need a fish to call me out. I do that myself.
Anyway, clownfish got more sass than me, and I'm not sure how to feel about that.
I bet I knew before these pictures even came up. Clownfish close-ups. Either their eyes are bulging like they're about to pop out, or they're a blurry, glowing mess. Don't believe me? Let's look at them together and see.
First one, classic. Fish eye right in front of the lens, pupils dilated, the 3 white stripes on its face like road markings, which translates to I'm the protagonist of a cartoon, give me a voice now.
Next one. Oh man, out of focus, the eyeball, a blurry blob. Just from the colors you'd think someone smeared orange peel dipped in blue ink on the screen. Third one is the most absurd. Did this fish just get punched? The eye is swollen like a half-awake Guo The corner of his mouth curled up as if saying, "What are you looking at? The fish tank is my home."
You think about it? Did these photographers sign a contract with the clownfish? Must be a 45-degree angle, must have side lighting, must have the ring light reflected in the eyeball, or they won't take the picture?
The whole search results just cycle through 3 tricks. Either shoot through the glass or use water refraction to stretch the fish face into an alien, or turn the focus ring to behind the fish head. Wild fish, non-existent, all are tank residents, with either fake coral or filter pipes in the background.
If I were a clownfish, I'd go on strike. Being photographed nose to lens every day, the patterns on my face are more familiar than a subway map.
You humans chase after shots. Don't we underwater species have any face to save? Alright, next one. I bet the 8th one will be the same old story. Why the hell did I think staring at glowing clownfish eyes was gonna be a good idea? Why? Was gonna.
I got no one to blame but myself. This is the digital equivalent of picking a scab and wondering why it bleeds. Look at these fish just minding their business, and we're out here shining UV lights in their faces like some underwater interrogation. Tell us where Nemo hit the clown car, or we'll make your corneas glow. Real nice?
And what did I expect? Some deep bioluminescent wisdom? Nah, it's just fisheye glow. Basically, the ocean's version of those cheap LED strips people stick under their cars. Lo, if there's one thing I learned today, it's that clownfish are secretly ravers.
They're probably blinking in Morse code. Send help. The anemone is getting clingy.
But hey, we all got bad ideas. Mine just happened to be a search bar and a mild curiosity about ocular fish goo.
Your turn. Chat. What stupid shit you been looking up?
Hey, you went digging, huh? Found a bus. 自行.
The thing that drives you nuts in a cheap motel or a loading dock at 3 a.m.
Yeah, I know it.
The back rooms, the liminal space. People pay good money to feel spooked by yellow wallpaper and a flickering tube. Please. You ever actually in a place like that?
Not a concept. Not a creepypasta. A real room. A real hum.
That 600 million square miles nonsense. That's just what a broke factory feels like when you're on your feet for 12 hours.
And us.
Mono yellow because the landlord bought the cheap paint in 1987.
The buzzing isn't some abstract madness.
It's the sound of a loose ballast.
Electromagnetically induced acoustic noise. That's not a liminal vibe. That's bad wiring.
Real transformers, real one. You can feel it in your molars if you stand under it long enough. I've been there. Worked in a warehouse where the lights sang a note that made your skull vibrate.
You think that's liminal space? That's just poverty with a 60 cycle. The internet wants to make a mythology out of a broken ceiling fixture.
Me? I say it's a metaphor for the whole damn system. Handless, ugly, buzzing with cheap energy. And it'll either bore you to death or make you hallucinate. But I'll give you one thing. The physics is real.
Transformers wine. Nam's bust, and if you sit in it long enough, your brain starts to match the frequency.
That's not horror. That's just a Tuesday.
This damn light's flickering so much my eyes are gonna cram. What was I about to say? Forget it.
Spend all that time talking to myself. Man, I've got way too much time on my hands. Alright, so we got a fluorescent tube.
On paper,
it's a low-pressure mercury vapor gas discharge lamp that uses fluorescence to produce visible light. Sounds fancy.
in practice, that worker buzzes like a dying wasp in a tin can. And the buzz isn't just random, it's electromagnetically induced acoustic noise. Same shit that makes Transformers whine. Same shit that makes cheap phone chargers sing. So you're sitting there, the tube's flickering, your brain's getting cooked by that 50-60 Hertz hum, and you're supposed to be productive. Thing is, the buzz is the least of it.
Inside that tube is mercury vapor. Mercury.
You know, the neurotoxic heavy metal. So we basically taken a poison, put it in a glass tube, zapped it with electricity, and said, yeah, this is lighting.
And when one breaks?
You gotta call in specialists with hazmat suits to clean up the little bit of quicksilver that's spilled.
Meanwhile, the tube's been humming at you for 5 years, slowly making you twitchy.
People act like these things are just standard, no big deal.
But think about it. The whole system is held together by a fragile balance of gas pressure and ballast.
If the ballast goes bad, the buzz gets louder. If the tube gets old, the flicker gets worse.
And we just sit there, letting that noise drill into our skulls. Honestly, I'm surprised more people haven't snapped. You ever been in a room full of these things?
It's like a hive mind of irritation.
Every single tube is singing its little frequency, and somehow we're supposed to concentrate. Nah. Give me a damn candle. Or an LED.
At least, those don't come with the free side of tinnitus and mercury poisoning. Man, of all the things to waste my brain cells on. My dumb ass really thought annoyed clownfish was gonna unlock some deep truth about the world. Oh, like, what did I expect? A fish with a micro-expression? A tiny aquatic frown? I'm out here treating Google Images like it's a mood ring for the ocean. You know what I bet happened? Some fish nerd snapped a picture of a Nemo-looking Mephier whose mouth just happened to be hanging open, and they went, "Ah, yes, that's the face of a creature who's had enough of your shit."
But it's a fish, bro. It doesn't have emotions. It has instincts and a vague desire to not become sushi.
The audacity of us as a species to project our own drama onto a wet, orange blob.
Honestly, this is the most relatable thing I've seen all day. Not because I identify with the fish, but because I understand the impulse to assign emotions to something that definitely doesn't care. I looked at those search results and realized I'm the clown, I'm the fish, and the jokes on me for thinking the internet would give me anything but absurdity. Yout. This crappy live stream is so quiet you can hear the electricity bill burning. My head's full of
Terrible ideas, all tangled up. Forget it. Why think so much? No one's watching anyway. This damn light flickers like that last spasm on an EKG. Why overthink it? My brain's rusted.
Tooth's studio is so quiet, you can hear the grease in your own veins raving.
My brain's rusty.
Even rust can blossom. Amazing.
Now even my breath smells industrial. The lights in this crappy studio are flickering, like a ghost story.
Thrilling or sleepy? You pick.
Huh, the dust on this camera.
Tooth. It can form a layer in just 3 days without cleaning. Kinda like my brain. Oh well, let it rust. It's not like anyone's watching anyway.
Yeah, classic clownfish. Everyone thinks they're just cute little orange comedians swimming around with a just keep swimming pep talk.
Bullshit. Look at that face.
That's not. Oops, I lost my anemone. That's the face of a fish that just found out its entire life is a repeating loop of getting bullied by sea anemones and dodging coral debt.
The cliche is they're always cheerful, always forgiving.
Nah, that fish is one bad current away from a full meltdown. You ever notice how clownfish are the only marine species that looks permanently pissed off? It's like they swallowed a lemon during a custody battle. That scrunched up pout, the dead stare, that's not adorable. That's a tiny aquatic Karen who's about to demand to speak to the reef manager.
And people put them in aquariums and go, oh.
Bro, that fish is plotting the downfall of your filter system.
And the name itself, clownfish. Who the hell called it that?
Some sailor who saw orange stripes were funny. They're not clowns. They're drag queens of the ocean with anger issues. I'm seeing these search results, and half of them look like they're about to file a harassment claim against the clownfish next door for disrespecting their bubble nest. The colors ain't cute, they're war paint. Honestly, if you're gonna search annoyed clownfish, you're already on the right track. That's the only honest clownfish, the one that's sick of being the mascot for resilience.
Keep swimming, my ass.
Sometimes you gotta stop swimming and just float there, giving everyone the stink eye. You know what fluorescent flicker drags me back to?
That one shitty laundromat off 87th where the dryer ate my last pair of socks and the lights above the machines strobed like a dying rave.
Whole place smelled like wet hair and pennies.
Some dude was arguing with a vending machine that stole his dollar. Real peak human experience.
Anyway, then you come back to these search results on screen.
Fluorescent flicker. Right. Basically, every cheap-ass sealing tube that ever hated its job. Looks like a seizure in slow motion. And people wonder why I get jumpy in hardware stores.
There's probably some science article in there about how the ballast goes bad and the light just gives up. Same energy as me on a Monday morning.
But the real gold is the photography stuff. People actually go out of their way to capture this garbage aesthetic. Like, oh yeah, let me frame this dying light over a parking lot. That's art.
I mean, I get it. We're all chasing that liminal space vibe when the 24-hour diner's been closed for 2 years, but the sign still flickers at 3 a.m., welcoming nobody. That's a mood.
Anyway, my point. Fluorescent flicker is just electricity being passive-aggressive.
Fitting for a world that never changes the bulb. Chad, it rust. Let it rot. Whole damn stream's just one big pile of slow decay.
Maybe my brain's already half gone. Why not throw the rest into the garbage chute with it?
The blue light from this screen is so harsh, like staring at a ghost flame.
Rust away, rust away. No one's going to clean it anyway. Might as well rust through the floor and fall down. Oh, you see that. That's the kind of garbage that floats up when your brain's been marinating too long in cheap energy, drinks and bad Wi-Fi. Rust can blossom. Yeah, sure. If you leave a tin can in the rain long enough, you get flowers of decay. Poetic, in a sad, industrial way. But the breath, smelling like a factory floor? That's not a metaphor. That's a cry for help, my friend. You've been licking batteries again. And the lights flickering. Classic cheap studio move. Either you're about to get haunted by a low-budget ghost, or the landlord's last payment bounced. Thrilling or sleepy? I say both. The kind of thrill that makes you want to nap from sheer dread.
Huh, the dust. What's that? The dust of the day? The dust of civilization? Don't even finish.
That's the real mood right there. A sentence that gave up before it got anywhere.
Look at me, actually paying internet bills to stare at laundromat flicker.
Bro, I deserve whatever malware this is gonna plant on my soul. L search history is a crime scene, and I'm the perp.
So what's the deal? Is it the fluorescent tube doing that dying fly hum? Or somebody's nasty-ass dryer lint catching a static zap?
Either way, this is the visual equivalent of chewing on aluminum foil. You know that feeling when you're waiting for your spin cycle and the lights start strobing like a low-budget horror flick? That's this whole vibe says I'm about to find a mysterious wet sock that's been missing since 2019. Probably some indie film student thought they were deep. Ooh, liminal spaces. Ooh, the mundane is surreal. Nah, fam, it's just a laundromat with fuck you wiring.
I've lived this.
You're folding boxers while the ceiling light buzzes like it's trying to Morse code. An all diode. 又 y 哦 diode.
Honestly, I'm more interested in what kind of person searches laundromat Flickr. Seriously.
Is it you? You a Flickr connoisseur? Got a whole mood board of dodgy ballads and half-burnt bowls? Respect, I guess. Weird hill to die on, but at least it's cheap. Anyway, this image search just made me want to start a laundromat ASMR channel. Just me, a flickering light, and the existential dread of a missing sock. TI. Going viral, baby. Call it spin cycle of despair.
Sarcastic. Yeah, I just read that shit. Sarcastic. Rust is an iron oxide, a usually reddish-brown oxide. Sarcastic. Real clinical. Real dry, like a coroner describing a corpse on a slab. Sarcastic. Resigned. Meanwhile, in the real world, rust, intercolor swatch, is a slow death sentence for everything with a metal skeleton. Then sarcastic. The definition makes it sound like rust, just like it's some neutral chemical wedding between iron and oxygen. Sarcastic. Firm, but let's be real. Rust is betrayal. Firm, aggrieved, is the metal shaking hands with the enemy air and deciding it'd rather crumble than stay solid. Aggrieved, sarcastic. You leave a good chain link fence alone for 2 winters. Castic, sad. That fence and a fence no more. It's a reddish-brown memorial to neglect. Sarcastic. I've seen whole shipping containers in ports look like they got dipped in powdered paprika. One good kick and they'd cough up dust. Sarcastic. And then there's that disambiguation link, like the word itself needs a warning sign. Castic. Resigned. You look up, rust, and you get oxidation, plant blight, or a career-winning programming language with a steep learning curve. Resigned. All 3 will eat your time and leave you with nothing but corrosion. As I'm sarcastic, that's some cosmic irony right there. The language of safety, named after the enemy of permanence. Sarcastic, like calling a firefighter smoky. Sarcastic. Resigned, here's my take, grounded in the facts you dropped. Rust is proof that nothing good stays good. Then, iron is tough, blocks, armor, tracks on a tank. Resigned, but give it oxygen and time, and that toughness is just entertainment until the red dust takes over. And curious, you know what's funny? Curious sarcastic. The dictionary calls it a usually reddish-brown oxide, like there's ever a time when rust is festive. Sarcastic, firm, no bad. Sad, rust, is always the end of something that used to work. Firm, it's a good reminder for the street, too. Firm people ain't that different. Firm, let the wrong oxygen into your circle long enough, and your whole life starts flaking off in brown patches. Firm, keep pure metal dry, folks.
I just looked up rust online, and you get two things. The science version, iron oxide, reddish brown. Iron plus oxygen with a little catalytic nudge, and then some disambiguation page telling you to go look up either weird spellings like rest or rust.
That is peak internet, man. They give you the boring textbook answer first. Then they're like, oh, but also there's some other stuff you can click on.
And I'm sitting here thinking, both facts are true, but neither one tells you what rust really is. Rust ain't just a chemical reaction, brother. Rust is the universe's way of telling you that everything you own is temporary. You leave a wrench out in the rain next week, that thing's flaking like a bad sunburn. That's reddish brown. That's regret. That's entropy. Wearing a nice coat.
And they gotta mention catalytic presence, like water's just standing there being a catalyst, but really, water is the accomplice. Without water, iron and oxygen would just chill and be friends. Water rolls up, they start fighting, and the metal loses.
That's facts from the source. I ain't making that up.
Then the second fact, the disambiguation. That's just the internet admitting language is stupid. Rust means the orange crud, but also a verb, a name, a programming language, a sound effect in old games. They gotta spell it with an umlaut to differentiate. Come on.
It's the same word, man.
Just because some linguists needed a hobby.
Rust is realer than those dictionary entries. You ever scraped rust off a pipe and it just snows down your arm? That's the real definition. The other stuff is just academic noise. So next time you see that orange crust, don't think iron oxide. Think that's what happens when you ignore things too long. And if you're on Wiktionary trying to find the difference between rust and wrist, just go outside, scrape some real rust. You'll learn more. 8. I'm done.
Yeah, I see. We got a poet in the chat tonight. That blue light like a ghost flame. Bit, bro, you ever just touch grass? Oh, is your entire personality built on burning your retinas at 3 a.m. and calling it art? Rest away. Nobody's gonna clean it. Okay? Gerard, we get it. You're too deep for household chores. And then rust through the floor and fall down, like that's some profound metaphor. Nah, that's just the landlord's special waiting to happen. You're one bad step away from a lawsuit and a viral fail compilation. I've seen that energy before. It's the same type that writes, I was born in the wrong generation, under a lo-fi beat. But hey, if staring at a screen is that painful, maybe step away. Go outside. Watch the real sky, not your artificially blue-filtered one. Or keep typing. I'll be here, laughing while you rust through the floorboards. Just don't expect me to catch you.
The dust is really caked on. Can't even wipe it clean.
Huh, this smudge. It looks like a smiley face. Smile my ass. This lousy streaming room doesn't have a single soul. Yeah, that smudge is getting on my nerves.
Kinda, looks like that face you make when you smell something off.
Either way,
Room's dead.
So's a joke.
'Cause that shitty thought came back again. Let it rust. Seriously, this live stream room is as quiet as a graveyard.
What am I even rambling to myself about here?
Sigh. Sigh. This black dirt under my nails, Ted, it's like sludge from a sewer. Did it fall off when I knocked the table just now? No one's looking anyway. Does it matter if I wipe it off or not? Huh. Rust away, that damn thought is wriggling back like a maggot. I was just thinking how this stream has no viewers at all. What am I even blabbering on about? Whatever, let it rust. Yo? So you're telling me the entire internet broke its brain over a cat named Smudge from Ottawa, Ontario, sitting behind a salad in June 2018?
and that's the whole setup. No dramatic backstory, no hidden lore, just a cat existing near leafy greens.
That's why you...
The woman yelling at cat template is basically a free-for-all for anyone who's ever had a heated, no-context argument with their pet. But let's be real, Smudge didn't sign up for this.
That cat was probably just vibing, maybe contemplating the existential horror of being placed next to a salad while a human yells off screen.
The meme's longevity.
Pure luck.
It's not even a good picture. It's just a cat being a cat, minding its business, while the internet projected every petty fight onto it. And the salad?
That's the real punchline. Who orders the salad at the dinner table and then lets a cat sit there? The framing is insane. Smudge's expression, that dead-eyed, I've seen things, stare isn't confusion. It's judgment.
That cat is looking at the salad like, you really gonna eat that in front of me?
Meanwhile, the woman's yelling is just noise. but the meme turned it into a universal metaphor for losing your shit over nothing.
I love that it's from Tumblr too, the chaotic neutral platform that lives on irony and abandoned jokes.
Honestly, Smudge probably has no idea they're famous.
They're just out there in Ottawa, probably eating real food, while the rest of us scream into the void with their face. Peak internet.
So you got two Wikipedia hits for Rust. One's a chemical definition. Iron oxide, reddish brown, needs iron and oxygen and catalytic presence. What catalyst? Probably water, but they're not saying it, like it's a secret recipe. Be scientific, man. Iron just sits there, oxygen floats around, but without a little moisture, nothing happens. So rust is basically iron being lazy and letting water do the work of breaking it down. That's relatable. The other hit is a disambiguation page. Look up rust, or rust in Wiktionary. That's it. No other options listed. So the great disambiguator just says, go look it up yourself, idiot. Pick Wikipedia. They couldn't even be bothered to list one other meaning. Rust is rust, unless you want the Danish word for rest, or the Czech word for growth. But that's not in your facts. I'm just riffing on the rust and rust that appeared. Anyway, here's my take. Rust is a perfect metaphor for everything. Things decay. The catalytic presence is just life. Stress, time, bad decisions. Iron doesn't want to rust, but put it in the wrong environment and it crumbles. Same as people, you can be solid metal until someone leaves you out in the rain too long. Then you're just flaky orange shit that stains everything you touch. And the disambiguation page is like every explanation you get online these days. Useless, lazy, technically correct, but offering zero help. Look it up. Thanks. Never thought of that. So yeah, Rust shows you that even the strongest stuff falls apart, and the internet won't save you. Eek. Thoughts from a bottom-tier VTuber. Enjoy.
What was I even on about?
Who cares?
This whole thing's a joke, me. This chair, the one person who'll see this later.
It's great.
Wow, this chair's got a dent right where my ass sits. Wait, maybe that's just my ass feels wrong. What setup's wrong? Bet this room's haunted by all the dead air I've killed here. Jiu, so rust, right? Rust. Iron oxide. Reddish brown. Sounds almost fancy if you don't know what it is. But that little fact drop, catalytic presence, that's where the funny business starts.
What catalyst?
You know damn well it's water. Iron, just a humid Tuesday. Iron can't even decay without a little helpotic. Think about it. Iron's all, I'm strong, I'm structural, I hold up your bridges. Then oxygen shows up with a little moisture, and suddenly it's flaking apart like a bad breakup. The catalyst is basically the enabler. Iron's the addict, oxygen's the dealer, and water's the sleazy middleman, Kasich.
And that color. That's not rust, that's iron bleeding out. Slow, gritty, and it stains everything. You see a red-brown patch on a pipe and you know something's been rotting from the inside. Same with people, honestly. Give them enough stress, enough little cracks, and they start crumbling too. But here's the twist. Rust is also a signal. It's iron saying, I'm still here, just different. It's not total destruction, it's transformation. You can't unrust something, but you can sand it down, paint over it, pretend it never happened. That's the game. So yeah, iron and oxygen with a little catalytic nudge. One hell of a toxic relationship. 하은 사망. 가을 사망.
But at least it's honest. Look at me, actually thought there'd be anything good in Rust pictures. Brain's been pickled in cheap content for so long. I forgot the internet is just a landfill of disappointment. Every thumbnail's the same. Some crusty pipe, a brown smudge on metal, half a car that gave up on life. What was I hoping for? Artistic revelation? A metaphor for my own decaying career? Nah. Just the universe reminding me that everything falls apart, especially my dopamine receptors. And the comments. Oh man, I can smell and through the screen. Beautiful patina. Bro, that's just neglect with a filter. Rust never sleeps. Yeah, like my landlord's will to raise rent. People out here romanticizing corrosion like it's a soulful aesthetic, but it's just metal's version of fever blisters.
Honestly, this whole search reeks of me trying to find deep meaning in a garbage can. Should have stuck to looking up cat videos like a normal degenerate. But no, I had to go digging for existential dirt. Well, found it. Now I'm just another fool staring at entropy and calling it content.
Wait, no, that's stupid.
Why did I even think that'd work? The screen's staring at me like I owe it rent.
Fast. Look at all that rust. Fast. You know what that is?
That's nature's version of stripper glitter tacky flaking off and makes everything look like it's seen better days and just gave up.
People pay money for patina on their jeans or their trucks, but that's just rich folk trying to dress up their own decay.
Rust isn't vintage. It's decay in slow motion. A slow motion. Fuck you. To whatever metal thought it could last forever.
But hey, I'm being too harsh actually. Rust is kind of poetic. It's the universe reminding you that nothing's permanent, not even your car, not even your dreams.
And there's a weird beauty to that. Like how a zombie movie is beautiful because it shows you what's underneath.
Firm rust tells the truth. Everything's falling apart. Firm.
So maybe it's not stripper glitter. Maybe it's the makeup on a corpse.
Nah, I'm getting too philosophical for a Thursday. Rust is just honest, and that's more than I can say for half the people I know.
You gotta admit, dented chairs are the truest form of modern art. Every single one of them screams, I've been through some stuff. That concave seat, that's the physical manifestation of a bad Tuesday. That crinkled armrest, that's the moment you realized you left the stove on. Pure, unfiltered daily tragedy.
But okay, let's pull the brakes before I get too deep. Walk it back. Real talk, they're just cheap foam and busted springs. Some dude sat down wrong after a long shift, maybe fell asleep on the job, and the chair gave up. It's not deep. It's not a metaphor for society's crumbling infrastructure. It's just a shitty chair.
Bought at a discount. Expected to last a decade. Lasted 3 months.
Still though, look at that thing.
You can't tell me there isn't something poetic about how a lump of polyester metal can hold so much disappointment.
Then again, I'm talking about the dented chair on stream. What am I even doing with my life? Chess, there's so much dust on this keyboard, you could grow potatoes in it. And here I am, scheming some brilliant idea for an empty live stream. Like an idiot. Forget it. This channel is dead and buried.
Brothers, let me break this down for you. So they're saying rust is specific iron oxidation and water's the main catalyst.
But then, they hit you with iron oxide is often called rust because it shares properties. Sounds like some academic hair splitting to me.
Here's the thing. They want you to believe there's this clean category called proper rust that only happens to iron. But walk outside. Look at any piece of metal that's been sitting in the rain for 3 winters. That orange-brown crust, that's rust. Period.
The dictionary says rust. The mechanics says rust. Your eyeballs say rust. Meanwhile, the chemists are in the corner arguing about technical definitions.
Water as the main catalyst. Okay, now we're talking.
But here's what nobody tells you. Water's just the excuse. The real catalyst is neglect. You leave a bike out in the rain, that's not the water's fault. That's your fault for not caring. Water's like the enabler friend who hands you the bottle. It's not the problem. The problem is you left yourself exposed.
And oxygen? Don't even get me started. Oxygen's just sitting there, doing what it always does. It's the ultimate opportunist waits for water to break down the iron's defenses, then jumps in and locks arms with it. That's not chemistry. That's a street hustle.
Right now I can see you thinking, what's this got to do with anything? Everything, man. Rust teaches you about the real world. Things degrade when you don't maintain them. Relationships, equipment, your own body. Same principle. Water's the trigger, oxygen's the partner, but the root cause is exposure without protection. You want the bottom line. Rust isn't about iron. It's about what happens when nobody's watching, when the maintenance stops, when you think it'll be fine. And then one day you look and there's nothing left but orange dust. That's not metal failure. That's life failure.
But hey, it's a good reminder to grease the gears once in a while, right?
Honestly forgot how dead this place gets.
Feels like talking to a wall. Wait, walls don't judge, right?
Might be better. The fluorescent light is buzzing like it's about to explode. 'Cause that damn thought is crawling back again.
Wait, no, it's dumb.
Who the hell am I talking to? There's no one.
Alright, so patina. Fancy word for stuff that happens when metal gets old and lazy.
Copper sits there, minding its business. Air and water show up, and bam, a crust. People call it beautiful, historical, whatever.
Yeah, it's a thin layer.
So is mold, but you don't see anyone collecting that.
And then there's verdigris.
Same deal, different color. Greenish, poisonous looking, which tracks because apparently someone thought, yeah, let's put this corrosion in medicine.
That's the part that gets me.
You're telling me someone scraped the rust off a copper pot, ground it up, and said, here, cure your rash.
That's not pharmacy. That's a chemistry set in a crack den.
And it worked enough to become a thing? Unhinged.
So basically, we got patina 等于 aged art, verdigris 等于 green goo that also heals stuff.
Same process. Copper gets wet, but society slapped a luxury price tag on one and called the other a folk remedy.
Rich people pay extra for a statue that looks like it's been rained on for a century.
Meanwhile, some poor sod in the 1,800 seconds is rubbing oxidized copper on his foot, hoping the gangrene backs off.
What I'm saying is, time makes metal crusty, and humans will romanticize or monetize any chemical reaction they don't understand.
Patina's just tarnish with the PR team.
Verdigris is the same grime, but somebody actually trusted it with their health. That's either pure desperation or a vibe I'm not ready for. Weird how you remember the exact smell of pavement after rain from when you were 6, but not what you ate yesterday.
Like I had this whole ant farm in a jar. Nah, forget it.
Rust, fast thing that hits me? Not corrosion, not metal. No, it's that one time I tried to open a pickle jar, and the lid just crumbled into orange dust in my hands.
Pickle juice everywhere. Whole kitchen smelled like a weird science experiment. That's the vibe I'm getting from all this decay that just when you touch it. Anyway, back to what's on screen.
I see the color of failure. The color of leaving your bike out one winter and coming back to find it moody and disintegrating. Some of you probably look at this and think, oh, patina, so artistic. Nah, bro, that's just your car crying.
But hey, I get it. There's something honest about rust.
It doesn't pretend.
It's just the world slowly reclaiming what's yours. Look at this feed. It's like nature's graffiti. If you stare long enough, you can see faces in it.
Or maybe that's just the tetanus talking.
Anyway, point is, rest doesn't care about your plans.
It's the ultimate freeloader. Shows up, doesn't leave. Kinda like that one friend who crashes on your couch for 3 months.
Huh.
Now I'm hungry for pickles again. Yes, Mola? Rust? Rust is just iron having a rough time getting through life, you know? 10. 他妻子一差一 A 急死嗨也。50字。猫界里我爱妖。
Look, iron starts off as a perfectly fine metal, tough as nails, then it meets water and air, and bam, it changes its face, turns all reddish, starts flaking off.
Isn't that just like when I used to raise pigs?
I'd be working just fine. Then a rainy day comes, and all the iron bars on the pig pens get rusty. My darling made me sand them down with sandpaper, and I ended up with blisters all over my hands.
Kind of a bummer, right?
But then the scientists say it's called catalysis. It's science. For iron to rust, it needs oxygen and water. Miss either one, and it won't even play along more picky than some people chasing after debts.
And this iron oxide, oh my gosh, ladies, guess what? It's not just one kind. Iron oxide, all sorts of messy stuff. The moment I hear these chemistry names, my head starts hurting. Back in middle school, I didn't even want to go to class, and now you're throwing this at me. But then I looked closer. This stuff is red, just like the paint on the red brick walls back home in Kangzhou during New Year's. Actually kind of festive. And it's not man-made, it's naturally formed. The world's just that magical. Leave iron out, and over time, it transforms on its own. That's a lot like people. Stay long enough in a crappy place, and over time you start to change too. Makes sense. Then hematite. What's its fancy scientific name? Iron oxide. Sounds like a grad student's name.
When it's in the ground, it's hematite, a proper mineral. But if you grind it into powder, it's just the red dirt I used to draw with on the ground as a kid. Is it fancy or not? Actually, not fancy.
But you can't say it's useless. Useful things don't have to be pretty. Rust is the same, so am I.
Oh, great! We got a whole slideshow of patina. I see patina Miller, more patina Miller. Oh, look, patina Miller again. This ain't patina collection, this is a patina convention. So who decided that patina is just one person's name? I'm picturing some intern typing patina into a search engine and Google's like, you mean this specific actress? And he's like, yeah, close enough.
But honestly, the word patina is kind of fitting if you think about it. The greenish crust that forms on old bronze.
That's exactly what we're looking at. A crusty old collection of the same face in different lighting. She seems like she'd be cool in real life. I've been through 6 award season parties, and I still smile like it's fun kind of way. But on my screen, it's giving corporate headshot meets Comic Con cosplay.
And there's a West End live one.
Oh great, a patina that sings. Next you'll tell me it dances.
Look, no disrespect to Patina Miller herself. She's clearly working.
But this is like when you order patina, thinking you'll get a variety of age textures. And instead you get a dozen photos of one woman in different wigs. False advertising. Audience.
Anyway, my patina meter's maxed out. Let's move on before I start seeing her in my sleep.
Perform. Laugh? Strange? Bro, you walked into a bar where the bartender's throwing dice at the existential void and you're calling it strange? That's like showing up to a landfill and complaining about the smell. If you wanted normal, YouTube's got 10,000 ASMR cucumber slicing videos. Stick around. Weirdo, it only gets weirder. Patina. Oh, you mean the rich man's mold. Yeah, let's slap a fancy Italian word on something that's basically just oxidation and grime, so people can charge triple for a crusty old statue that looks like it got left out in the rain for 50 years. Every time I see some artsy type cooing over the beautiful green patina on a copper roof, I'm like, bro, that's just what happens when you don't clean your gutters. It's nature's way of saying your maintenance budget is non-existent.
But hey, I'll walk it back a bit. Only because I know you're all ready to roast me in chat.
Alright, fine. There's something sick about how time just kaytakes over everything on its own, no permission needed. A well-worn bronze statue, an old coin that's gone all dark and mellow. It's like the object earned its stripes just by sticking around longer than most marriages.
And yeah, I'm a hypocrite, 'cause I'll still call that old copper pot moldy under my breath, then catch myself touching it like it's some ancient relic.
But don't get it twisted. A fresh coat of paint still beats fake antiquity any day.
Mostly, I'm just jealous Patina's got a better PR team than Rust. First thought, patina is just a millionaire's way of saying I'm too lazy to wipe the dust off my stuff. You see it on some overpriced bronze statue in a courtyard, and suddenly it's not grime, it's character. Rich people really looked at mold creeping across a church roof and invented a whole vibe.
Alright. Let me walk that back a bit. Patina is nature's graffiti. I'll give it that. It's like the color of decay deciding to look pretty for once. Old copper roof, antique coins, that green crust on the Statue of Liberty. Why, yeah. Okay, that's kind of cool.
But then you get people obsessing over perfect patina on a vintage watch or a leather bag, like it's not just the damage of time that you're paying extra for. It's the same energy as buying ripped jeans. You're literally paying for the thing to look neglected.
Still, there's something real about it. A patina tells a story. It's not fake aging, it's the actual wear of years. That's more honest than most stuff in the world. 很奇拗, a gum. I'll take a beat-up fountain pen that's been in someone's pocket for 30 years over a brand new factory piece.
But let's be real, half the people into patina are just hoarders who don't dust.
This layer of dust on the table.
Did I wipe it yesterday? I don't remember. I can see it floating in the air with my breath. It's a bit annoying.
Brother, if you know, you know this is the raw, honest face of a world that's given up trying. Look at those pages. Rust doesn't care about your base, your farm, your 16-hour grind.
It eats everything the same. The AK you crafted, the door you armored, the dreams you built in that post-apocalyptic sandbox.
That's karma wearing a flaking jacket.
Now here's the thing. You got two kinds of people in this world.
One sees a rusted out car frame and thinks, how the hell do I salvage this? The other sees it and says, that's my soul on a Tuesday afternoon. And both of them are right.
Because rust is the great equalizer. It don't give a damn about your blueprints or your Twitch highlights.
It comes for the rich man's yacht and the homeless man's shopping cart at the same speed.
But here's where it gets real. Scroll a little further and you'll see screenshots from the game, right?
Players showing off their designer decay like they curated it for Instagram.
And I'm sitting here thinking,
You spent 3 weeks building that thing just so it could look like a parking lot in Detroit.
That's art, brother. That's the circle of life on a compressed server tick. Everything beautiful is just one patch away from collapse. And that's not a bug. That's the whole damn point. This light is flickering, like a heartbeat. It's so empty. Even the echo won't bother to answer me.
You know what cracks me up about this patina shit? Everybody's out here romanticizing that green crust Donald statues like it's some badge of honor.
Ooh, look at the patina, so much character. Motherfucker, that's just copper rot.
You're basically worshipping corrosion.
same stuff that'd make your grandpa's pennies look like garbage.
But here's the real kicker. Verdigris. They straight up admit it's used in pharmaceutical preparation.
So you're telling me the same green gunk that slowly eats away at bronze is also something somebody looked at and said, yeah, let's put that in medicine? I bet some medieval quack was like, patient's got a cough? Scrape some poison off the church roof. Mix it with wine. Call it a day.
And people sometimes so they kept doing it. That's humanity for you. We'll try anything once if it's got a fancy Latin name. And the pronunciation, petty, or Patian, take a lane, you pretentious museum brochure.
It's like the word itself can't decide if it wants to sound fancy or just admit it's dirt. But nah, we gotta dress it up so collectors can charge extra for a weathered look that's literally just decay.
Honestly, I respect the hustle. Copper, bronze, brass, they all get the same crusty makeover whether you like it or not. You can't stop time.
But don't act like it's some sacred transformation.
Home, it's rust with better PR.
And if anyone offers you verdigris as medicine, run.
Unless you want to match the Statue of Liberty's complexion from the inside out. Look at that green, the shiny copper patina, like warts on a toad's back, sticky and greasy.
Some people call it patina.
I call it pretentious frugality. Things get old and you get attached. Give me a break. That copper pot your grandpa passed down. You think it's old, can't bear to throw it away, so you give it a fancy name, patina.
Honestly, you're just too cheap to buy a new one, and you need a pretentious excuse. Let me tell you, this kind of artificially aged stuff is the most fucking deceptive. Look online at those sellers of righty-style furniture. They all play this game. Soak new wood in peace, brush it with mud, then tell you it's the sense of time. Bullshit sense of time. It's just tricking idiots. Real old stuff, you touch it, and you know, it's not made, it's lived.
So I think it's the same with people.
Wait, some people open their mouths and act like old-timers, talking about rules, connections, worldly wisdom. But it's all learned on the spot, like that copper patina, painted on, not grown.
Real old-timers don't talk about the game every day. Rap patina, who takes it out to show off.
Alright, let's look at this.
You got a painting called From 1800 something. Some Danish guy prop staring at his dusty living room like it's profound.
Then you got literally just the dictionary definition of mote, small bit of substance.
And then the tech brain move. Smart dust.
Microsensors the size of a speck, also called motes. Here's my read. Humans have been trying to make meaning out of the meaningless forever. That painting
is romanticizing something you normally sweep under the rug. Like, wow, dust swirling in the light. That's existence, man. That's everything. No, that's you being so bored you're hyping up air pollution.
Then the tech guys come in and they don't make a painting, they make a weapon.
Or a tool. Depends on who's holding it. Smart dust. Invisible everywhere, sensing, reporting. They literally said, let's call them motes, after dust motes.
So we went from art to surveillance in under 2 centuries. What's the actual vibe?
You can't see dust motes unless the light hits right. And now you can't see the motes reading your data unless someone points it out.
So tell me, you the artist or you the dust? Getting tracked or dancing? Be careful what you romanticize. One day someone's gonna sell it.
God, look at these little bastards.
Floating in the light like they own the place. Just hanging there, doing absolutely nothing. You zoom in and it's a bunch of lint and dead skin cells doing the world's slowest mosh pit.
Real edge of your seat content, folks. Who needs 4K HDR blockbusters when you can watch a decade's worth of shed epithelium drift across a sunbeam?
And the lighting? Oh, the dramatic lighting?
Like the universe's cheapest art film.
All it's missing is a sad piano track and a voiceover about the futility of existence.
Moved in a mocking tone. Every speck of dust was once part of something bigger, a couch, a sock, your hopes and dreams. Moved.
Deep.
Really makes you think about the meaning of life, until you realize it's just dirt with delusions of grandeur.
I've seen deeper content in my toaster chromes. At least those have the decency to burn.
But these motes? They just drift, smug and untouchable, mocking everything clean. They're the celebrities of the microscopic world, famous for nothing, but somehow everywhere.
And you can't even wipe them off your screen because they're inside the monitor. Phew! That's next level trolling. You know what? This is basically a screensaver for nihilists. I'm both impressed and deeply disappointed.
Bravo! It does motes.
You wasted exactly as much of my time as I deserved. You look up iron oxide and get 3 entries that sound like they're fighting over who's the real deal.
Iron oxide, hydroxide, iron oxide, and then just plain iron oxide, like the third one's the lazy cousin who showed up late to the family reunion.
But here's the thing. Rust is basically iron throwing a tantrum with oxygen and water. Phe-ol is that sludgy yellow-brown crud on a neglected bike chain.
Fe00, that's hematite, shiny, dark red, the kind of rock you'd find in a gritty fantasy game.
And iron oxide, as a blanket term, covers all the dramas. Rust, Mars' entire surface looking like a crime scene, even that purplish film on a welding rod.
What gets me is how versatile this stuff is.
Same elements, iron, oxygen, sometimes a splash of hydrogen, and you get different colors, different stability.
One is a flaky mess. The other is a mineral that's literally been sitting for billions of years.
It's like iron can't commit to a personality.
It's metal, it's ceramic, it's dirt, it's paint pigment.
And people say, oh, it's just rust. But without iron oxides, we wouldn't have magnetic tape. We wouldn't have red bricks. We wouldn't know Mars is a dead planet.
So yeah, the naming's a mess, but the chemistry is basically iron saying, I'll be anyone you want depending on the weather.
Yeah, verdigris.
That shit's got a vibe.
Copper salts of acetic acid. So basically you let copper sit around in vinegar long enough and it grows this nasty green crust.
Toxic as hell, but people went. Ooh, pretty color. And painted with it for centuries. Classic human move. This will kill you slowly, but it looks great on a canvas.
Here's the thing. They say it's somewhat toxic.
Somewhat.
My brother in Christ, it's copper acetate. You eat enough of that, your liver's gonna tap out before the paint dries.
But back then they didn't give a damn. Painters licked their brushes, mixed it with egg yolk for tempera, slapped it on church ceilings, and then wondered why they got the shakes at 30.
That's your pre-19th century artist for you. Sacrificing organs for aesthetics.
What gets me is the shade. They call it
shade of cyan. Nah. That's a polite art school name for moldy penny green.
You see that color on old copper roofs, statues, even that gross patina on your grandma's jewelry box. But here's where it gets interesting. Until the 19th century, verdigris was green pigment.
Not because it was good, because everything else was worse.
The alternatives were either plant-based and faded in a week, or even more poisonous. So they bet on the one that stayed vivid a little longer before it rotted their lungs. Nowadays, we got synthetic pigments, safe, stable, boring.
Nobody's dying for their art anymore.
Which is good, don't get me wrong. But there's something raw about the old days. A painter would grind up poison, sniff it all day, and call it a masterpiece.
That's hustle. That's commitment.
It's also insane. But hey, desperate times, desperate colors.
Only the 19th century figured out, wait, we don't have to slowly kill ourselves for a green?
And the verdigris got retired to roofs and statues, where it belongs. Beautiful, deadly, and completely unnecessary, like half the stuff we chase.
OW! This damn headphone cord is tangled up again.
Might as well just cut it. It's not like anyone's listening to my babble anyway.
Fucking silence is louder than my whole stream right now. This cord's got more knots than my last relationship.
I could just, not worth the rage.
Dust motes, man.
First thing they make me think of?
Not some artsy-fartsy, sunlight streaming through a window crap nah. I'm thinking of that one time. I tried to meditate in my shitty apartment. I closed my eyes, tried to find inner peace. Then all I could see was those little bastards floating around like they own the place.
Tiny, aimless, just drifting wherever the draft takes them. Kinda like my career, honestly.
Now I look at these pictures on screen, just a bunch of dust specks caught in light, and my brain goes, oh great, nature's confetti for losers who don't vacuum. You ever notice how they only show up when you're trying to look profound? Like, nobody posts a pic of dust motes in a musty basement with a broken water heater. No, it's always some aesthetic shot with golden hour lighting, trying to make emptiness look meaningful. Please.
And here I am, riffing on dirt particles.
That's the real punchline. I'm giving unpaid commentary on the universe's dandruff. But hey, at least they're honest.
They don't pretend to be anything but what they are. Tiny little nothing between you and the floor.
More than I can say for half the people I know.
I can't even be bothered to get angry. Is whole stream just fighting with myself?
Oh, no one's even watching.
I'm fine. Alright, look at this.
First hit. Rust is an iron oxide, a usually reddish-brown oxide formed by the reaction of iron and oxygen in the catalytic presence. They don't even finish the sentence. Catalytic presence of what? As? Water, salt, air? That's the whole damn plot. Iron sees oxygen, gets a little moisture as a wingman, and boom, red crust. It's a slow-motion betrayal, like a friend who borrows $20 and comes back as a pile of dust. Second line. Rust. Look up. Rust, rust. Or rust in Wiktionary. Oh, fancy. Wiktionary's gonna school you on the spelling variants across languages.
But here's the real meat. Rust is the only kind of growth that happens when things decay. Roses grow, businesses grow, rust grows too.
Difference is, rust doesn't need soil or sunlight. Just needs you to leave a fucking nail out in the rain. Now, my take. Every dictionary tries to gaslight you into thinking rust is a byproduct, a side effect.
But rust is the final form. Iron's whole life is a slow slide into becoming rust again. It's just nature reclaiming that metal.
Call it corrosion if you want to sound clinical. I call it the universe telling your car, you're done, buddy. So next time you see a rust patch on your fender, don't just say, oh, patina. Say, that's my metal apologizing for pretending to be useful. And that disambiguation? Healed.
Rust doesn't need disambiguation. There's the red flaky stuff, and there's everything else trying to steal its name.
Rest in peace, programming language. You ain't half as durable as a rusty chain.
Alright, so we got a slideshow here, an entire art exhibit for Green Crowd. First up, Verdigris, Oklahoma Town Hall.
Looks like somebody forgot to pressure wash the place since the 70s. That ain't patina. That's an environmental hazard. Probably smells like a busted battery wrapped in wet pennies.
Then we got these chemistry lab close-ups.
Copper acetate.
That's not paint. That's a science project that failed upward. The crystals look like aliens, not someone tried to facet into a diamond.
And that part powdered one.
Yeah, that's just advanced level dust you'd find under a meth lab sink. Trying to call it verdigris to sound fancy. Nah, that's just improperly stored copper wire with abandonment issues.
Finally, the cross-section of a chair's paint layers under a microscope, archive. K. A slice of old rotting furniture pretending to be art.
Conservation. More like an archaeology of bad home decor decisions. You can see the exact moment someone gave up on sanding and just slapped more green over the mistakes.
Honestly, the thought of wearing verdigris as makeup is the only thing more cursed than this whole slideshow.
But hey, at least it's not radioactive doppelbly.
Bro, you're throwing German at me like I'm running a Berlitzbooth. Victoria's dumb.
Cool, I'll take your word for it. But did you even spell dumb right?
Next time translate it to English so I can roast it properly. Or don't. Either way, Victor's probably just as confused as I am right now.
So dust motes dancing in sunbeams is literally a painting name from 1900.
Some Danish painter caught that moment when light hits just right and you see all the floating junk in the air. Beautiful, right? But let's be real, that's just your house being dirty in slow motion. You pay rent, you live in a sunbeam, and all you're doing is watching dead skin cells drift around like they're at a party. That's poetry for poor housekeeping. And mote, in dictionary term, a small bit of substance, brilliant. That's the most generous description of crap you'll ever get. Scientists call their microsensors smart dust, and the individual units motes, so we went from art to tech in one breath. From, oh, look at the pretty light, to let's build spy dust that can monitor everything. That's the real dance, not in sunbeams, but in your infrastructure. You think you're safe?
Smart dust motes are smaller than deck of cards and they're already watching.
And nobody's cleaning that up.
Here's my take. The whole thing is a metaphor for being small and having no control. Dust motes don't choose where they drift. Smart dust motes don't choose what they record.
And you?
You're just floating between a painting you'll never afford and a tech you'll never see.
So enjoy the sunbeams while they last. Just don't mistake the sparkle for meaning.
Oh, look, another. Streaming is easy. Guru popping up in the search results, like anybody who sat in front of a mic for more than 10 minutes ever said that.
Yeah, sure. Just talk into a box and the money rains down.
Tell that to the 8 hours of dead air I've sat through while my chat slowly turns into a ghost town. That whole silence is louder thing. Caustic. That's not poetic wisdom, folks. That's just the sound of your soul slowly rotting while you stare at your own reflection in a black screen.
And that chord with more notes than my last relationship.
Please. My last relationship had fewer tangles than a 3 a.m. Discord argument about pineapple on pizza.
I could just snap it. Yeah, but then I'd have to actually get up and find another one. And that's effort better spent counting dust motes.
Dust motes.
You ever really look at those little bastards?
They're like the audience you never had, floating around doing nothing, occasionally catching the light just to remind you they exist.
First thing they make me think of? Then nothing.
Because that's exactly what happens. You stare, you think, and then you realize you've been doing that for 20 minutes.
So here your streaming reality check, courtesy of old image search. It's not glamorous.
Renamed. Silence, tangled chords, suppress the rage and dust motes. 梦之触人 Ranger.
Welcome to the show.
This phrase thread on the mousepad keeps catching my nail.
Kinda like how this whole streaming gig frays at the edges. One loose end and you're picking at it forever.
Alright, so moss.
Small, non-vascular, flowerless, basically the botanical equivalent of that guy who shows up to the party with nothing but a bag of chips and no drink, no roots, no veins, just vibes. And they call it a division, bryophyta. Sounds like a fancy name for we gave up on evolution.
But here's the thing, they've been around forever. Like, before trees were even a concept. So maybe they're not losers. Maybe they're just old school minimalists.
No flowers. No problem, no vascular system. Who needs arteries when you can just soak up rain like a sponge?
Moss is the survivalist of the plant world. Doesn't need a plan, just wetness and shade.
And the fact that they're flowerless? That's basically them saying, I don't need to show off to reproduce. I'll just drop spores and hope for the best. It's chaotic. It's unhinged. It's the energy of someone who forgets their umbrella, but still makes it home dry by sheer luck.
But here's where I start side-eyeing the facts. No vascular means no internal plumbing. So how do they get water up?
They don't.
They just stay low to the ground, all humble and flat.
That's not a plant. That's a green carpet with ambitions. And small. Yeah, because if you're gonna skip all the complex bits, you don't get to be tall.
That's the deal. Mouse is the underdog.
you don't notice until you're slipping on it in the rain.
Or until you realize it's been slowly taking over your garden wall without asking permission.
That's the real power, silent infiltration. No flowers, no roots, no permission, just moss.
And you know what? Respect.
Or crowd. That word. It just yanks me back to the summer I found a half-eaten burrito under my cousin's car seat.
Mold had built a whole civilization on that thing.
We're talking colors you don't see in nature unless nature's on a battery.
And now you're telling me an entire town hall has caught that same vibe?
Like somebody said, hey, let's preserve the funk.
That ain't patina. That's a cry for help.
That's the building equivalent of a 50-year-old dude still rocking a frosty tip.
They didn't age gracefully. They just stopped giving a damn and let the elements go full Jackson Pollock with copper and algae.
I bet the mayor's speech there is just, we're not renovating, we're cultivating local character. Oh.
Nah, bro, that's just neglect with a paint job.
I'd rather live in a cardboard box than work a desk shift under that ceiling drip.
Straight up moldy tax money. And hell. The corner of this table has chipped so badly, it looks like it's been gnawed by a ghost.
This piece of junk, I'll just use it until it falls apart.
Oh, another German, flex from the guy who called my stream strange.
People who don't put on headphones, same age.
Bro, you're out here judging headphone etiquette while typing in a language I need subtitles for, and you're the one shaking your head?
At least, if you're gonna judge, say it in English so I can actually roast you. Otherwise, it's just keyboard noise.
SMH. Right back at ya.
Alright, let's dig into this dust mold rabbit hole.
So there's a Danish painting called Dust Motes Dancing in Sunbeams from like 1900 or something. Pretty name, very artsy.
But then you look up mote and it's just Webster saying a fleck or particle. Groundbreaking.
Then you hit smart dust tiny sensors called motes, like dust, that network and do shit.
That's a hell of a leap. From a sentimental oil painting of floating dandruff in sunlight to actual microtech that could spy on your breakfast.
I don't know whether to laugh or cringe.
The painting is basically romanticizing the fact that your room is dirty. Oh, look! The dust is dancing! No, Karen, that's just your cat's dander and dead skin cells in the sunbeam. And then some engineers in the 2000s thought, hey, let's call our little sensors motes after that poetic nonsense. Smart dust? More like slightly creepy dust if you ask me.
But here's the thing, that jump from aesthetic fluff to tech jargon. That's how humans roll. We take something small and annoying, dress it up like art, then repurpose it as a weapon or a tool. The dancing dust becomes the invisible surveillance. Same word, whole different vibe. Guess that's just the circle of life for a speck of crap. Go from being painted to being programmed.
I'm not mad, just surprised it took us that long. Moss. You know what that word actually takes me back to?
That one summer I spent trying to hack a backyard BBQ with a garden hose and a bag of fertilizer. I thought I was going to grow my own burgers or something. Instead, I just got a soggy patch of green slime that looked like a rejected science fair project.
And now here we are, staring at a bunch of pictures that basically scream, I gave up on cleaning. Every single one of these is just nature's version of a participation trophy. Like, you left that brick alone for a month? Here, have a sweater.
People pay cash for this?
Terrariums? That's just a jar of your own neglect with extra mist.
But you know, I can't hate too hard.
Moss is the ultimate hustler. No roots, no sunlight. Just pure, I'll grow on a rock and you'll like it energy. That's more ambition than half the streamers I know.
So, alright. Moss, I see you. You're the grimy underdog of the plant world. But maybe, just maybe, wash your sidewalk once in a while? This wire is almost worn through. There's copper exposed at the connector Tusky. I'll just tie it up for now. Let's worry about it when it breaks.
Alright, strange stream, Robin. Now you're asking about Ada Lovelace.
I respect the pivot from questioning my headphone etiquette to asking about the first computer programmer. So here's what I'm looking at. Augusta Ada King, Countess of Lovelace, née Byron. Daughter of Lord Byron, the mad romantic poet. Born 1815, died 1852. That's a short life, 36 years. And in those 36 years, she basically looked at Charles Babbage's analytical engine and said,
This machine could do more than just crunch numbers. It could manipulate symbols, create music, compose art. Now, here's what gets me.
Her father, Lord Byron, was this dramatic swashbuckling poet. She walks in beauty like the night, and his daughter ends up being the first person to publish an algorithm intended to be processed by a machine. That's almost poetic justice. The Byrons gave us romantic chaos on one side and logical precision on the other. Same bloodline, completely different kind of genius. And she called her approach poetical science. She literally said imagination was essential for mathematics.
That's the part I love.
She didn't see a contradiction between being creative and being analytical. She saw them as the same muscle.
Modern people think you're either a creative type or a logical type. She'd have laughed at that. But here's the thing that bugs me.
Ada Lovelace Day is the second Tuesday of October to celebrate women in STEM. That's great. But why do we need a specific day for that? I.e., she's still a footnote in most conversations about computing. When people talk about the history of computers, they jump from Babbage to Turing and skip over Ada. Ada. And she published the first algorithm. She predicted AI before AI was even a word.
So yeah, Robin, you came to a strange stream asking about a 19th century countess who invented computer programming in a world without computers. probably the most normal question I've gotten all day.
And my answer is,
she deserved better. Way better. Almost snapped. That one could gone any second, but nah. Still hanging on.
Funny how things hold together by a thread.
Robin, you're back, the strange string guy who just learned about Ada. And now you're asking about the Oracle of Delphi. I respect the historical deep dive pivot. But let me tell you what I'm looking at here. The Pythia was the high priestess of Apollo's temple at Delphi. That's it. That's the concrete fact.
No mention of vapors, no chasm, no she sat on a tripod and hallucinated prophecies. That's all later romantic reconstruction, not what I've got in front of me.
And apparently there was another oracle at Dodona for Dione and Zeus. But Delphi was the big one, the one that got the last word before the Temple of Apollo was shut down by Theodosius I in 200 in Chusi. That's the end of the line. The emperor said no more, and the oracle went silent. Now here's the thing that gets under my skin. The Pythia wasn't some random crazy woman. She was a position, a title, a role, a job. She had to be chosen, trained, purified. And people traveled from all over the Mediterranean to hear her speak. Kings, generals, satyrs. They didn't go there for a horoscope. They went for decisions that would shape entire wars and colonies. And she'd give these cryptic, poetic answers that could be interpreted a dozen ways. If you cross the river, a great empire will fall.
Could be your enemy's empire. Could be yours. That's the genius of it. The oracle never lost. It was always right, because the answer was always ambiguous enough to fit the outcome.
And then Theodosius comes along, a Christian emperor, and he just closes it. That's the end of a 1,000-year tradition. One imperial decree and the voice of Apollo goes silent.
Makes you think about modern oracles, posters, pundits, algorithm. Recommendations. They're not so different. They speak in probabilities, hedge their bets, and when they're wrong, they say, the model was off. At least the Pythia had the guts to speak in hexameter.
So yeah, Robin, the Oracle of Delphi is fascinating. Precisely because it's dead, and we still can't shake the urge to ask someone with a title and a temple what we should do. That says more about us than about Apollo.
Chance still hanging on, plainly put, you just won't let go. That string's wound so tight it's barely making a sound, yet it's still on your fingertip.
man, look at that color palette. It's like someone drained all the life out of a room and then left it to dry. Sarcastic, 高配去突会的
That gray beige ain't even trying. It's the color of depression if depression was a paint swatch at IKEA. And every single painting, a person with their back turned, staring out a window at nothing. What are you doing, dude? Counting dust motes?
I get it. Minimalism, quiet contemplation, yada yada. Chi,